All right, hello everyone, and welcome to the Eden-on-EOS election number 4 live stream. This is the public room, and we are joined by the entire EOS community today. Super excited. So let me just unpin myself and welcome everyone. The election starts in about 25 minutes. And you are now part of history. This is documented and re-recorded, and in 100 years, people will be studying this as the genesis of democracy. So we've got a few new people I'd like to welcome. Nicholas is here, Lamar, Lovejoy, Maxim, Mark. So does anyone want to say a few words? Kick off this 4th election on this fine Saturday. Hello, the new legend. Nice to see you.
I just want to say that song, that intro song is like a solid, good intro tune. Like, it's not just one of those cheesy ones you often see on videos. It's like legit. It's good.
Yeah, I agree. Well done. I was already excited, but now I'm like, oh, I wasn't ready for that. My dad's here participating today, so he'll get to see the election in real time.
Okay, well, we are live streaming on YouTube. Hernan, I've seen you flicking your microphone and your hair, so why don't you give us a quick hello and tell us what we need to hear?
Hey guys, great to be here with all of you. See you guys again and join me on this historic election. I think we are building something super interesting. Just to congratulate the chief delegates. I've been through now the chief delegate meetings, and I think they've done a fantastic job this past 3 months. So congrats, guys. So this all building up. The new Eden election website is amazing. So kudos to that. Just a minute on what I'm running on this election is I want to increase Eden participation within Eden. So once members are inducted, I don't think that there's much to do other than participate in the election and stuff. So I'm thinking of building a nice gamified type of system where people declare what they've done. Okay, I've inducted someone, and then that send a link, and then we can have a approval mechanism for them to get some yes from the treasury. That's basically the idea. So I'll be expanding on that, of course, in my groups, but that's basically what I want to focus on for this election, just growing active participation from the current members.
Sounds great. Thanks for being here, Hernan. We're very excited. Hi, Lenny. Nice to see you.
Same to you guys. Let's hope it's going to be a good one today. I'm pretty sure it will.
I'm very confident it's going to be a great election. So I'm going to ask Chris just to give everyone a quick overview of how the election process works, what they should expect, and what they need to do to be ready, because I think it starts in 20 minutes, 23 minutes.
Okay, yes. So I will try to talk slower now, so it's more understandable. You want to go into the user interface. So this is the main Eden website that everyone has gone into to opt in. And maybe someone could put that in the chat while I'm chatting. Michael's showing it on his screen. And on the left, you'll see there's a few not defined little images, I guess. And the second from the bottom is the election one, I do believe. And when you click on that, it will kind of show you what's coming up, and that I do believe will refresh. Somewhere around there, it refreshes, and this will happen on the hour, and you'll then see that you're broken into, and you'll see who the rooms are, and it'll all kind of show up. Someone in your room will have to click a blue box. That's also, because blue means to hit it, gray means don't worry about it, is kind of the general, remembering of how the interface works here. And then someone will generate in your room a Zoom link. Kind of refresh that, because sometimes it can get stalled out, but eventually so someone in your room, if you haven't seen it, you can click it too, because someone needs to do that to generate the Zoom link that those in your room will then use. That should then come up at some point in time. You've got 10 minutes though. It doesn't really start until 10 past the hour. You go into that Zoom room. So hopefully that works. And we'll all be here kind of fumbling along together in those 10 minutes to see if we can get that to show up. We'll all go into our Zoom rooms, and then it's just like a normal Eden election that we're all fairly familiar with. You're in your room. Hopefully you don't waste a ton of time with the pleasantries. As much as we want to, be nice, you only have 45 minutes to really discuss who is wanting to move forward, why, debate, all those good things. That can take some time. So it's maybe a good idea for someone to sort of be a little more aggressive and say, okay, I'm going to moderate this. If no one has any complaints, let's kick it off. Who would like to move forward? Raise your hand so you know who even do you need to kind of consider in that first round. Because in the first round, you don't really know. Some people are just here to vote. Some people like to move on. Some people are unsure. They might decide to move on depending on who's in the room with them. So have that conversation, then start to maybe 2-ish minutes or so. Describe why you'd like to receive the vote of your fellow Eden members, why you deserve to be trusted, and what you're going to do with the funds. And then the fun ensues. 45 minutes later, you can vote while this is ongoing. So one suggestion, vote right away, because we've had people who wait to the last minute, have issues with their phone, and they've waited and all of a sudden, oh no, shoot, I don't have it working. Like, vote right away. If you see someone in your room and you're like, I'll probably vote for them, go ahead and do that. Or just vote for yourself. Chris, when in doubt.
How do you vote? How is the voting done?
So the voting, you'll be able to select through this UI. It's all done through this website, through this UI. You'll see your room, you'll vote, you'll click on someone there. It'll bring up, I got to take screenshots this time, but it'll bring up on your, however you're choosing to sign, whether it's on your computer with your Anchor wallet, on your phone where you're going to sign manually. You're obviously logged in the bottom left, like Han was showing there with his screen.
So, Chris, sorry to interrupt. It's going to automatically pop up when it's time, basically.
Yeah, it should. The UI will refresh. So there's that countdown timer right now till it starts. This whole thing it's pretty automated. So it'll start to refresh. The randomization of us into our rooms will all just kind of happen here. You'll see it. We'll see all the rooms. You vote. I can't remember. Again, I need to take screenshots this time so I can. And Dario's saying, actually, sometimes the UI doesn't work. Yeah, if it doesn't work, we need to vote manually on blocks. But I think this time will be okay, because last time it was is because Edenia just got access and the whole UI was blah, blah, microchain. If you can't vote and things are really going south, you can do it manually on blocks, which is you would go to blocks.io, you would go to the genesis.eden account. Maybe we put a link to that, because there is a link. And then you can manually type the name of the person you want to vote for, like their EOS account, sign it on blocks, and you'll be able to vote for them there. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully it's working on the UI and you're able to just vote there. You'll see other people's votes. You'll see who's moving on and who's the temporary winner of consensus. And that will change throughout the 45 minutes. So definitely encourage, start to piddle around with the voting while someone else is talking, because you've got 45 minutes to figure out how to do that voting, and you can change your vote. So that is highly encouraged. And then the votes actually aren't final until the next on the hour. So the Zoom room will end, because this is one of the downfalls and why Luca's tool is going to be so useful, but Zoom will end after 45 minutes. You can still discuss. So you can still decide in that last 5 minutes. This happened in the first official election. Mark Stair, who I'm looking at, saved the day for me by voting for me last minute. And we had to go into a separate room, I think is what we did. The other thing, if the Zoom's not working, you're going to see who is in your room with you. Go into the user tables and like the user interface, find that user, and you can message them in Telegram. So you can hey, I can't get in, send me a link. If you did get into the Zoom and you can see who else is in your room with you, try to find those people and shoot them a link, PM them a link. So check your Telegram messages is my point here, because if there's confusion, you can still find each other and talk. The whole point of this is just to come together on who you're going to vote for. It doesn't need to be a Zoom conversation. It could be Google Meet. It could be a Zoom chat. There's lots of ways a Telegram chat, lots of ways to do that, but Zoom is what happens. Lastly, someone's got to record it, ideally, right? We want to record these rooms in this discussion. So when you do go into the Zoom room, if that's what you're going to be using, if you're the host, try to give everyone the ability, permission to record, which you got to click on them manually. You go to participants, it comes up on the right of your screen, hopefully, if you're on a computer, and you can right-click them and hit the three dots and give them ability to record locally. And then someone's got to hopefully record that and upload it at the end of the day. I hope that's basically it. I think we'll, this time I'm going to take some screenshots and try to do a little better, easy tickety-boo how-to on this bad boy. But we got through the last election and that was very scrambly. This is far more smoothed out. Edenia has been running the code. They've got the UI all working smooth. So I think we'll have a much smoother experience. And when in doubt, Leister from the Edenia team, we should put his Telegram message or his Telegram handle in the chat because he's the guy to go to if we have any technical issues. He's from the Edenia team. He's been integral in making this whole thing work for us and moving from Fractally to Edenia and the EOS Costa Rica team to be running this infrastructure. So I'll leave it there.
Very well said. Thanks for that, Chris. So Chris has produced a new video for Eden, which is on the Eden website. So we're just going to play that now. It's a couple of minutes, and it just should get you guys pumped before the election. So let me see if I can make this work. Okay, enjoy.
There's nothing wrong with the world. It's perfect. The oceans are unpolluted.
Chemical flood.
The air is clean.
Polluted city.
And the lands are ruled with honest leaders appointed through free and fair elections. Assisted by the pinnacle of talent in their fields. Servants of the people, selfless and incorruptible. For the many, not the few.
The invitation only gathered a right-wing funders convened by Charles and David Koch.
The benefits of their rule will trickle down to the masses. Hoarded wealth and power does not exist.
Vessel of floating gold.
Of course, you don't believe that.
Epstein acquired Little St. James in 1998.
Imagine there was a tool outside of party politics and billionaire control, free from the influence of media barons and campaign finance, with controlled debates that focus on policy, not politicians, that tackle the tyranny of corruption, gerrymandering, voter suppression, and fraud, a tool that can affect real change. The upvote election process revolutionizes the dynamic of voting, empowering a true consensus of the people. Unhackable, bot-free, the tech resurrection democracy has been desperately in need of. Decisions are easier in small groups of, say, 5 people. It's a more natural way to communicate. To elect a representative from that group would be easy. You all get a vote, and the person with a supermajority of votes is your representative. It's likely that person would be the one who considered the opinions of the majority of the group. If everyone who voted in the 2020 US election were put into these friendly groups of 5, you would have just under 50.5 million representatives. If these representatives repeated this process just 10 more times, there would be a single elected representative. One single person by consensus to represent everyone in the country. In just 12 rounds, the entire world could vote for a single representative, maybe a leader. The upvote election process uses the exponential power of dividing big numbers. It uses the stable Newton method that gave rise to our understanding of fractals in nature. That model is safeguarded on an immutable ledger to record authenticated votes. No fraud, corruption, or lies. A place where ideas can be heard over reductive sound bites, a rational dynamic where complex debates rather than tribalism can occur, and where a peaceful change by consensus can be found. The upvote election process, the future of democracy.
There we go. What did you guys think? Anyone have any thoughts on this?
Excellent.
Amazing.
It's a great video.
Well done, Chris. Good job.
Yeah, great work, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Hey, Lovejoy.
Well, in all fairness, it's not like I made that. This is where other people do the majority of the work. And Michael, this is Mark from your team. I mean, that guy's awesome. I just gave him some ideas and he made that. So you can just thank, and really the funding for that, just to be clear, that was from the Anti-Fragile Education Group. So the Eden expansion group. So the few of us here have been part of that initiative, and the funds from that have been from that Pomelo pitch. So that actually wasn't an Eden production. No Eden funding went into that. Eden members, absolutely. But it was funded, the website, everything from that group. And then that whole, again, was to spread the ideas of fractal democracy, political playoffs, all that. There's actually on the website, Eden-on-EOS.com, that video is front and center. But if you go to the election or the education tab, there's the beginning of a series of 12 high school, and this is from Dennis, who's not able to make it today, but he was the high school teacher, some of you might recall, and he did a lesson plan about basically financial literacy, and a lot of it's about equity investing, and then blockchain isn't there yet. But anyway, there'll be 12 lesson plans that will be up on the site. That first thing is actually a children's book that one of our Eden members, Karen, wrote that children's book to give to a grade 5 reading level to actually explain this whole process to a child. So if you've got a kid or you know teachers, that book, it's not, we're still going to do some more graphics and imaging, but the text is there. And I think it's actually a really great example of how Eden members can spend some time and do things to share this process out there. So if other people have stuff too, we'll add it to this education link. So anything on this site is very malleable in terms of what Eden members would like to see us put up there. So by all means, if you do see something that you'd like to add, especially on the education side, let us know and we'll start to add it to the site. So that site will be like a live ongoing thing. And then there's some lessons that are actually already there. You can open that up. It brings up a PDF. You can teach about equity investing. You can teach about savings, inflation, the history of the American dollar goes into, the transition from the gold-backed dollar to fiat. And I think many of us in Bitcoin know all about that story, but maybe there's bits we don't know. It's actually quite a bit there in that lesson. So yeah, anyway, thank you for the support, and I hope, and share the site, share Edenelections.com to everyone you want to kind of get this thing. Hey, you should look at this. This is awesome. Hopefully that's a great starting place that now we've got somewhere we can point people to.
That's a great job, Chris. Really well done. So we've got 10 minutes now before the election, before everything begins. Does anyone want to say, we've got about 60 people, I think, in the group, 50, 60 people, pretty good. Lovejoy, did you want to say hello to everyone as one of the inaugural chief delegates?
Well, sure. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me all right? Hopefully.
Coming through loud and clear.
Okay, good. Yeah, this is we're back again. I think Eden is starting to find its way a little bit. We're starting to click as an organization, which is great to see despite some of the challenges we've faced. So big props to Edenia and to all the many different people who continue to give their time and energy to see that this excellent experiment continues. I'm particularly excited about some of the things Chris is working on. And Chris, you can deflect praise all you want, but and we know it takes a village to do all the amazing work that's getting done, but we kind of know that you're the one standing there making sure all the things do get done. So I repeat my appreciation for everything you're doing there.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, let's have a great election. I won't take up any more time. I'm looking forward to seeing another set of chief delegates take the con, as it were. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Lovejoy. Very well said. So we've got about 8 minutes now before we go live. We've got loads of people here. So who's new? Who's joined recently? Hi, Charles. I want to say hi to Douglas. Han's here. In fact, Han, are you able to speak? Do you want to say a few words as a outgoing, fantastic chief delegate? Forgot my own word there.
I'm here. Do you hear me? I raised my hand.
Loud and clear. You're looking and sounding fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Like, still hanging around with Eden, and I've been serving as chief delegate for the third round of Eden term, and then it's quite a short. It's a 3 month, but then it already feels like more than 6 months. So it's been a quite ride for me, and I'm looking back. All in all, it was very meaningful experience for me personally. But then at the same time, some of the progress that I ended up making was also very meaningful in terms of how Eden could evolve from here, and what it would mean for the EOS ecosystem as a chain within this whole blockchain industry with lots of many competitors out there. So I think more and more I feel like EOS is very special chain out of many other blockchain projects out there because it has the seed of the democracy with this Eden election process. So, and with this process, with this thing called we have democracy, it has something that any other chain cannot simply copy. And if you think about where this whole blockchain industry is evolving into, is a democracy with what we call with Web 3.0. So it's so much in line with where this whole blockchain industry is heading toward. And we have this seed of Eden, and then once it has enough power to it, it's gonna lead not only EOS, but then the whole blockchain industry to the next level. So I'm very excited to keep this momentum going on with this forthcoming election. And I really have to extend my gratitude with all the peer chief delegates, including Chris and Luca and Dan Singjoy. So actually, when I just began the term like 3 months ago, I've been a little bit nervous and fearful because I could see that there's 4 different people with the 4 different, totally different, upbringing and background. There might be some disputes and there might be some ups and downs and everything, but then it's very enjoyable and smooth experience so far. And looking back, all the achievements that Chris and Dan and Luca has been made is very humbling and inspiring experience for me. And I've been working on Eden Smart Proxy thing, which I intend to be delegated voting powers, hopefully from Korean exchanges to begin with. And if that happens, I think Eden and EOS blockchain will serve the members who are real humans. So EOS is going to become the chain that actually serves the people, not just money. So I'm very hopeful, and I cannot really, say enough how I'm feeling grateful and how I'm inspired with all I ended up engaging with, including Javier, Edgar from Eden, yeah, because these are the guys who are actually building the smart contract and UI for us. So I'm really grateful, and I think this is the official that I finalized my term. But yeah, I think there's going to be an article that I'm going to release in the next Monday or Tuesday. So expect that. I might having saying too much. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Very well said. Fantastic. I think someone else had their hand up. I think it was Stefan, was it? Did you want to say a few words?
No, this is Nicholas. Do you hear me?
Yep, you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask how much are we going to be in the rooms?
Sorry, what do you mean?
How much people are going to be in the rooms?
It should be up to 6, so probably between 4 and 6, probably 4, 5, or 6.
Probably just be 4. Based on the turnout we have, I think probably 4.
Okay, thank you guys. Glad to be here.
I was going to add a logistical note. I remember in the past elections, several people had issues. If you look at Michael's screen, where at the top it said like you needed to enter an election password. So just make sure that you have that available and saved from last time in case that pops up. So you'll be able to register. If that pop-up comes up, it'll be like a yellow thing that says you need election password to join. And then if not, as I think Chris was saying before, if the Zoom doesn't work for whatever reason, then you can always coordinate with the people in your room on a different Zoom call or Telegram call or whatever else to make sure it can work well.
A good call, Dan. And that password, it's so silly because you can just reset it right there in screen. So it's super safe.
Okay, we have probably just over a minute now. Just before we get started, I want to say a big thanks to Adania, Edgar and Javier in particular, because as others have said, if it wasn't for those guys, we wouldn't have been able to take the tech into our own control. We wouldn't have been able to hold the last election on time. And frankly, we wouldn't be able to do all the changes that our crazy delegates request. So thank you so much to those guys. Their talent is unbelievable and they managed to get things done in record amounts of time. So I just want to say a big thank you to them for making this happen. So that's really cool. We've got about a minute left. Does anyone want to say a few words just before we get started?
Just, I guess one thing, Michael, so people know, this Zoom room is the community Zoom room. So it will stay open for the duration of the event. You're going to leave this, your Zoom, that you're going to leave this Zoom, join the Zoom for your actual breakout room. And then you're welcome, of course, to come back here. So once you finish your room, come back here, and this will be just a social room that, again, will just sort of persist throughout the election. Right, Michael?
Can we pin the link to this meeting in the Eden members group?
I think it is already.
Okay.
Yeah, I put it on Telegram earlier, but I can share it again for you, no problems. Okay.
And just to be clear, the results need to be in by the top of the hour. So that would be 14 UTC is like the last moment that the votes can be submitted for round one.
So 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, we're off. I will be running to my election room and I will be back. My colleague Mark will be handling this room. So if there's any issues, just feel free to reach out to him.
Dan, I think it's 45 minutes and then an extra 10. So I think it's 55 minutes, not an hour. So that'd be 13:55, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I think that's
Thanks,
right.
Jesse. Can anybody confirm that? And the results need to be submitted by 13:55 then at the latest?
I'm not 100%, so I would do it early if you can.
Okay, good point. Thank you. And thanks, Jesse.
How can you find the link of our room?
You go into the election place, on our website and sign in, and then it feeds you through the process.
Okay, thank you, Lenny.
And yeah, so you won't be able to join your, I think this is, yeah, I remember this now, it's grayed out. So the join your breakout room is currently gray. So don't be alarmed that you can't leave yet. That won't happen for another 9 minutes, I think. At least it is for me.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, yeah, so that's okay. That's expected.
Good time to learn about the people you'll meet with.
Yeah, it seems I'm getting a little bit more efficient every time we iterate on this. But lesson learned here, I have the Eden open on my laptop and the Zoom on my phone, and now I'm a little. I'm going to have someone paste the subgroups to me in Telegram.
You just put a link. This might be useful to folks. It's on the website, the edenelections.com website, but it's a Google Doc that's viewable for now. And you can at least see previous delegates, both level 1 and chief delegates from all of the official elections up to now. I wasn't able to find all of the summaries because there's very few. If you see, there's very few links to summaries that people actually put up of how they use their funds. But that being said, you can ask someone now. Like if you've got someone in your room who was a previous delegate, it doesn't hurt to say, hey, I see you were a delegate here and you had these EOS. What did you do? And I think that's a fair question to ask anyone, and any previous recipient of funds should hopefully have an answer to that or be willing to attempt to answer it.
Real quick public service announcement. If there's any room that has Koenigsespad or Lars Koenigsespad in it, he's not going to be able to attend today. So you may just so you know, going into that, you don't have to wait for him to get started. And you can get his vote. So.
And I say the same thing with Kevin Damkin. He's on my team. He signed up, but he's not here right now. And he's got a baby and stuff. I'm not sure he's going to make it. So same thing. If you see Kevin Damkin in your room, he's likely not going to be there.
Oh, that's good to know. He's in my room. That's Chev's, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. Thanks for letting me know.
What's the point of this 10-minute wait before the meeting starts? Just curious.
Probably just base. It's the original design and it can be iterated, would be my guess.
I think it's so everybody can generate the link, get accustomed to the people that they're in the room with, maybe reach out to them on their socials. And then after 10 minutes, everybody's set, and then we have the full time of 45 minutes or a free Zoom meeting. Otherwise, the first 10 minutes would be just chaos. And we only have 35 minutes to build consensus. I think that's the reason there.
Gotcha, thanks.
It is where the Telegram bot that Luke is working on would be better. I mean, it'd be far more efficient if we could just show up in our room and take advantage of this time. So I think that's yeah, looking forward to that from Luca.
Yeah, the user interface. If a seamless user interface makes onboarding easy.
I think the 10 minutes is so you can like meditate and drink tea. That's my theory.
Jorge is saying something about requiring a commercial Zoom account for him, but I told him I don't think so. It must be a glitch on his end, I guess. In Eden members group, he mentioned. Sapiens is the handle.
So I think meeting links have to be generated, and the first member of the group to generate the link needs to authorize a Zoom account to generate the link. So there's a process where you authorize your Zoom account with our website, and he may need to click authorize to get the link generated. We only need one link per group, but someone's got to generate that link. And in order to do so, you might need your Zoom account to authorize that. And I think that might be what he's encountering. I don't know if anyone else had to generate the meeting link. I was able to do so for my group. So maybe someone else encountered the same thing.
Yeah, I've just generated the meeting link for ours as well.
Are there like any NFTs that are assigned to people who participate in the elections?
Great question. We're working on that. It's a NFT working group, and we're trying to get to that point soon. So stay tuned. I don't know who else is here from that group. Sachit and Chuck and other people can maybe speak more to that.
Yeah,
Cool.
we're getting closer. Can you guys hear me?
Mo, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting closer. Well, I apologize for the background noise. I'm at the airport right now. See if I can do both these things at the same time.
That'd be awesome. I was just thinking about it last night. Like if, everyone has a FIO account at Eden, if they map like an Ethereum address, maybe you could do like a POP as well on the Ethereum network. That'd be kind of fun. But just a thought.
Shameless plug, Luke. I like it. Good idea.
Very shameless. Exactly. Well, when you give stuff away for free, you gotta let people know about it, right?
Yeah, if people go to buywire.news, they'll be able to read all about it.
Nice.
There's also a...
Does anyone have any problems? Wow.
I don't have problems, but I was going to add there's also a proposal underway in the Eden Fractal for all participants in this Eden election to receive Eden tokens if they claim it too. So that's not been approved yet, but it's underway. That's a possibility that might happen in the coming week or so.
That's cool.
How would one claim those tokens that to come to the Fractal meeting?
What's that, Michael?
How would one claim the Eden token for the respective?
Yeah, currently the only way to earn it is by participating in the Eden Fractal meeting, but there's a few different proposals to earn it with both participating in this election, and then there's also a new social media site called Eden Talk. Several proposals underway where people can earn more, and then for this election for participants, we're still working out the logistics. I think it might be like just let people know in Telegram or Discord, but the proposal was just shared this week, so we're going to try to figure out this week and see what everybody thinks is best, and then I'll share more details when more details are available.
Fantastic. It's really great. So good luck, everyone. I think we're just a couple minutes out. I can't check the time because I'm not logged in here. Does anyone have a time check for us? Should be starting in
8 seconds.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds.
Good luck, everyone. And I'll be back in this room momentarily, no doubt. And I will be comparing for the rest of the day and annoying everyone. So feel free to join us once you're finished in your room. And good luck. Have fun.
I'm joining the meeting, but I'll keep pouring tea just really quietly.
Are we supposed to go into the breakout rooms automatically, or? Anybody else left in here?
I'm still here, waiting for a room.
Okay.
I'm here, but I don't understand.
So it should work automatically then.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't advise on this. I don't know enough about it. I'm just holding the Zoom room in the meantime. Michael's away.
Well, we've got 6 here. If nobody drops us in, we might as well just start a meeting.
Maybe someone from our groups will send us link in Telegram chat.
Yeah, I suppose technically that's true. You could do it here. It is being recorded, so. Yeah, I'm not voting, so that's 5. In fact, that's 4, isn't it? Because Michael's just on recording it. I've asked Michael how this works for those who are waiting for a room. I'll wait for him to get back.
Yeah, but Hi guys.
Is anybody else still here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm unable to get the meeting link. I got everything set up, but it's not happening.
Yeah, same here. I just joined right now. I went to another community meeting and Felix sent me here.
Well, that sucks.
Is anybody here? The remaining 3 participants?
I'm just sitting here keeping the Zoom going. I'm not ready. Is Michael Michael Telenko? Are you there?
Can anybody give an update on what is the procedure of selecting?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Sorry, I just joined right now. What is the process of election right now? So do we go and vote in a voting page?
My vote, and I'm no expert on this, so obviously the guys who are experts on this are in their meetings, but I believe that there's breakout rooms that you go to vote. But Mohammed and possibly Michael haven't got links that are working or haven't been automatically transferred. I don't know how it works. I've asked Michael, but obviously he's in a meeting at the moment, so. Is there anything in the chat? Let's have a look at that. Yeah, it looks like there's information at the very start of the chat about how to access the breakout rooms and do the voting. So maybe check out the chat.
Again, it looks like there's a lot of people having issues with like passcodes and shit with Zoom, eh?
Where are you seeing that, Chris?
Just in the chat. If you look in the Eden member, you're an Eden member now, right, Mark? Or did you not get that done yet?
I haven't got that done yet, no, pathetically.
Okay. Well, we know it's only a matter of time.
But yeah, I haven't yet.
So yeah, it's nothing to do with this Zoom room. It's just the breakout Zoom rooms are getting generated by people who have maybe their Zoom account is slightly restricted. So then people are needing a passcode to join the room. And if it's not getting shared properly, I'm just seeing it in the members chat. My app is asking for a passcode. A bunch of people are saying this.
I presume that they've gotten in because they're not on here, but I don't know.
Well, they're trying to get somewhere. This is where using Zoom is a real big cluster.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating. Telegram will be easier. And people can just right now just find each other in Telegram and start a video call. Like that's the thing. Like it doesn't need to be Zoom. It can be Google Meet. It can be like it's just a video call. It's to have a conversation. Video is awesome, Mark, by the way.
Yeah, it worked out well, didn't it? I think it's we managed to get something which sort of describes stuff in a I suppose sort of simplified way that kind of is easy to digest, which I guess was our aim really, wasn't it? So
yeah, it was perfect. It's perfect. It wasn't so. And what I like about it, and some people might not like it, but it didn't shill EOS at all or Eden at all. Like in terms of like, because I think turns a lot of people off, right? When they watch something like, oh, this is just an advertisement for a blockchain.
yeah,
it takes away from the potential power of the message, right?
Yeah, the idea is great. So it seems putting the idea front and center is the right move.
Yeah, 100%.
And I've shown a few people who don't know anything about any of this, and they've understood it straight away, which is great.
And that's speaks to how good that video is, because it's so like, yeah, it's just so obvious and it's easy to share now. And then I think what I might want to do is a second one later that is more specific, like more explicitly, like how does this thing actually work, getting into the nuts and bolts versus like this high level goosebump creating video, which is what we've got now. So that'll be like a future thing.
Yeah, a full-on explainer, I suppose, isn't it? Is what we're.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way for the UI to recognize if someone has not signed in at all within like 50 minutes of the meeting, that they get thrown out of the first round for consensus building, because Han and I almost were not able to reach consensus because there was only 2 of us in the meeting.
No, you can. You can. What happens is the votes that aren't, I should have explained this. If someone in the room doesn't show up or doesn't vote, they go to the majority that did. So it guarantees you get consensus and you're not stalled out by someone who didn't show up or didn't vote.
Oh, okay, great. Well, then I confess, I just had a one-on-one with Han for 30 minutes, and that was incredibly great. What he's working on and the efforts there, we need that.
Here's an example. If you look at the group 9, if you go to the results, group 9, Hernan is voting for himself. No one else has voted, and yet he will move forward because those who didn't vote will go to the majority vote, which is right now 1 for Hernan.
Where do I see the multiple groups? I only see round 1 in progress. I guess I'm on the election page. Where do I?
Yeah, live results. If you go in the blue box right next to join community room, hopefully you see
live
live
results. Got it,
results. Yep. If you go there, here I could probably share screen, and it makes for good good cannon fodder on this. Let me share my screen.
I chatted
Elections.
it also. That's a good idea though.
Yeah, so here we can kind of, this is fun. So here, group 1, Dwayne needs to vote for himself. So Nicholas has voted for Dwayne, but what's unfortunate is I'm pretty sure, like I know Josh is here. He would have been a great candidate, and I'm not sure if he made it into a Zoom room. So it's kind of, and right now Dwayne needs to, if Dwayne does not vote for himself, he will not move forward. So he has a vote received, but you have to vote for yourself in order to be moved in the next round. Group 2, Karen looks like she's got it.
Wait a second, you have to vote for yourself in order to go to the next round?
Correct. Yeah, voluntarism, of course. You can't be forced into a position of extra responsibility if you don't want it.
Ah! I didn't realize
so
that
right
mechanism was there.
Yeah. So Waxa, we've got, and we know that Chevs wasn't here today because Jesse told us, so that's moving forward. No one has voted here yet. I know other than, I think 3 of these guys are here today, so surely some of them are going to come up with something, hopefully.
Yeah,
but even if one of them voted for
knows blockchain
themselves,
really well.
yeah, here we got Jesse moving forward. That's seems that's a great. Here, oh my gosh, look at this action. Dan Singjoy voting for Dan, Luca voting for Luca, Javier voting for Javier, and I think Pascal's here. So assuming he's in that room, he would be
the tiebreaker.
Actually, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't matter. No, it's because everyone's voting, it would only be you'd have 2. You need 3, right? So supermajority, 2/3 plus 1 means you need 3 out of 4. That will be impossible to achieve with 3 people voting for this. No one will move forward from this. This would be like a stalemate.
Maybe they pre-voted for themselves just to get the ball moving, and they're trying to achieve consensus now. But I'm not talking.
It's going to be a fun one to watch. I already feel that
the
way.
video. I hope the recording. Yeah, I was watching this. So Luca voted for himself right away. Javier voted for himself right away. Dan just recently voted for himself. So this is into the conversation. He's decided to not pick between Luca and Javier and vote for himself. So that is amazing. Wow.
That is good. So if I can interject real quick, what Han is working on, if you all don't know, is to fix the vote buying, or attempt to. And what vote buying does, it's essentially like a company that's an innovative company that doesn't innovate and instead pays dividends. So over time, what happens to that company, then it just dies. We have to stop the vote buying or EOS will die. It's as simple as that. Or if we get lucky and some innovation pops up, but I'll just leave it there.
It's a race to the bottom. It commoditizes the vote, and it's becomes a race to the bottom. And it basically forces block producers to pay for votes and not pay for infrastructure. So it is bad in the end for the network. That's the point, right?
Yeah. Look at GE, and that is essentially what will happen. You don't innovate, you don't build out utility or infrastructure, and instead you quote unquote pay dividends, which is vote buying. Look at GE stock. Yeah.
So here's one. Look. So these guys had trouble finding their room. Michael's voting for himself. Veronica's voting for Michael. Milan is voting for himself. Jay Taylor, I don't think, showed up. So they don't have enough. Like that, there is no.
So see here, I feel like Jay Taylor should get booted, and then consensus should be able to be achieved.
His vote. Yeah, you're right. His vote should go to the majority. His vote should go to Michael, which is the current majority, and he should be able to move forward. So why is that not working then?
Well, it's not over yet. It would only go there at the end.
Well, no, I don't know, because if you look at here, Hernan, he's moving forward, and he only has 1 vote received.
Hey guys, we've got group 11. 2 out of the 4 showed up, and we both voted for one of us 2, and we do have consensus, group 11. So yeah, and we tried to get a hold of Troy Bryan and Jundam Kim, and we just assumed, but Kim popped in and out real quick in one of the meetings. So we're like, okay, just let it be. You know, we pinged them on Telegram as best as we could. They're not in here, and I don't think anybody has anything else to guide.
Can I just say how hysterical it will be if Luca and Dan's room doesn't move forward because of the lack of consensus? I would find that funny.
Funny, but a bummer too, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, part of participating is being able to come to consensus, and if you can't come to consensus, then I guess that means that your ability to work with the other chief delegates is going to be a challenge. So I find it to be an interesting filter function.
You're not wrong.
Okay, everyone. We've got some...
Chris, do you mind scrolling back up to the top?
Sorry. I'm sure. So I just saw in the chat that this one here, this one that we were just talking about, Milan, I guess, was unable to get onto the chat, and he was just messaging. And Veronica, Michael would be good. I know Michael. He's a bit of a whale in EOS, so he's definitely committed to the cause. He's got a finance background. I think we need kind of some guys of his caliber moving up in Eden anyway. I think it speaks to what Eden can do, right, in terms of the quality of folks we can bring in. But yep. So here's where we're at so far. Dwayne did vote for himself, so we've got success there.
It's all more consensus
Karen,
below.
Yeah, Karen's still in. Waxa voted for himself, so he's moving forward. That's well received. Oh, we've got some votes here now. 2 votes for Patrick, 1 vote for Dario, and I'm not sure if Giancarlos Porras Molina is here today. Molina. So that's interesting that this works like that. I would think that his vote would go to the majority. I thought that's how that worked, but apparently not.
I think, yeah, I feel like it probably just tries to reach majority with the people that are there. And if they don't reach consensus, it doesn't move forward. But if it's in a position where it's one person, of course that guy's going to move forward or something.
It's 100%. Yeah, you must be right. That must be the way it's working, which is a bit flawed because now a person who didn't show up is preventing consensus.
But isn't
I
there?
don't know. I mean, those
up,
people
there's
kind
2
of
votes.
prevented it themselves a little bit.
That's a fair point. Yeah, true. Yeah.
Is if they blink in and out of the meeting, maybe that then forces them to have a vote. I don't know.
One of our guys blinked in and out of the meeting, and we have 4 total. 2 of the 4 stayed and voted for one of those 2, and that reached consensus. That's group 11.
Yeah, that would be a way to mess things up, is sign up, join a meeting, and leave. I don't see a large incentive for that to happen, but that could hurt things a little bit.
Last election, we saw that where, well, it wasn't sign up joining me, but it was someone who didn't turn their camera on, went into a group, didn't say a word, voted, left. That's like kind of sketch, right? Because that could be Sybil. That means that I could have had 2 accounts and I went into one room and voted with my account and didn't turn my camera on. And so even though that wasn't the case, I think this person was around, but still, that's what we don't want is people not turning their camera on and still voting.
Right.
So let's see what else we have.
Group 11 is an example where there was 4 people in a room and they were able to achieve consensus with 2. So that right there is an example of the. No, but there's only 2 votes then. So the majority of the votes don't get transferred.
No, it's just whoever did vote. So like you hear Gav voting for himself. So far, he will move forward. 2 here, move forward. 3 voting for 1. Doug Sputner, congrats, moving forward.
Can we get some narration on group 9?
Evgeny needs to vote for himself. What's he doing? And here again, this is where Milan needs to speak. Like Michael should move forward, but he maybe not. No one's voted in group 17, group 18. Mark needs to vote for himself. Mo is moving forward and Edgar moving forward. So we got to remind Mark to vote for himself. Let me just do that real quick. Mark Steen. You don't forget, vote for yourself. Okay. So let's see, which one were you asking about, Michael? Group
9.
They
just changed their head man. Their votes just changed.
Oh, Reiki. All right.
Yeah. It was Hernan, I believe.
It was at first for non-voting for himself, I think, but he switched to Reiki. Reiki's a great choice. Reiki's awesome.
One group looks like it only has one vote and it has consensus right there.
Yeah, Gav.
That's great. So I guess 3 people did not show up, basically. Is that right?
No, no, Jorge I saw in chat, and Perry's here. I'm not sure about David, but these 2 guys are here today. So hopefully they found each other.
Well, if there's only 1 vote out of 4 that showed up, how is it already consensus good to go on only 1 vote, I guess, is my simple question.
It's just the way it's, because it's the majority of those who did vote, and then it moves forward, I guess is the way.
It does the 2/3 plus 1 of the people voting, not of the room participants.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
Did I see Javier getting through there? Javier and Edgar. That would be 2 Edemias through to the next round. That'd be great.
Yeah, we got Edgar down here, unanimous. Looks like it's really dialing in. Mark voted for himself, so he's moving. Awesome. This group 17 stuck, but I know Luke is here, Chris is here, and I thought I saw Elias, but maybe not. But definitely Luke and Chris are there, so hopefully they'll figure it out. This room is still stuck. Where Milan, I think he wasn't in the chat. Like based on what I looked at there, he wasn't in the video at first, but Veronica and Michael did have a conversation. So hopefully that gets worked out.
So it's looking like a really successful
Group 6 is surprising a little bit to me.
Group 6, Javier. Oh wow, everyone switched to Javier.
Huh.
That would be a fun one to watch.
Yeah. Wow.
So we're basically, every room has made it work except for, and we've even got these keeners who even uploaded their videos. Look at them.
We got consensus in our group too.
Someone did. Okay, and let's see. So really, it's just this room here with Michael, Veronica, Milan, and I don't believe Jay is here today. So, okay, I'm gonna stop sharing and do some messaging.
¿Pasaporte de la Unión Europea? Sí. ¿Eh? Usted de la Unión Europea por ahí.
Okay, just doing some muting there from the background noise. So how did everyone find the process? Was there any interesting stories from the election? Anyone holding out?
We weren't able to record. None of the users was host, so we had to crank up a different meeting after we figured that out, and so we could record.
But you did record?
Yeah, but on a different Zoom meeting. We came to consensus and then just met just to summarize the results.
Perfect. Well, that's good. It's the system working. If you can't get the Zoom working, you can definitely use something else. And if you record it, then that's perfectly fine. Okay, let's see who's gone through. So in group 1, Dwayne is through unanimously. Congratulations, Dwayne. Group 2, Karen. Congratulations, Karen. Group 3 is Waxer. Well done, Waxer. That should be interesting. Is everyone done now? Still 15 holding out. Okay, group 4, Patrick. Excellent. I know it's been a dream of his to become a chief delegate, so that'll be interesting to see if he can make it all the way. Oh, big player, Jesse. Well done, Jesse. That's going to be very interesting.
Thank you.
And I'm so impressed with this. So we had Dan, Luca all voting for themselves and Javier, and then Javier stole the show. Looking forward to seeing that video. I wonder what he said. Let's see if I can make my screen full view.
I'm hoping we can get a a quick verbal pass down from their group before the second round starts.
Absolutely. Whoops.
Do you mean from the group that I was in with Luca and Javier and Pascal?
Yeah, we were watching the votes in real time, and there was it was just exciting.
Yeah, tell us what happened.
Cool. Yeah, well, it's always exciting. I've enjoyed listening to a lot of the last minute change votes in past Eden elections. So, yeah, well, basically, I mean, I guess maybe it wasn't as exciting as it seems. So Edgar mentioned that we should probably vote for ourselves in the beginning if we wanted to run, just because that's a good thing to do in case, I guess there's a technical error or something like that. So both Javier and Luca and myself, we all wanted to run, and so we all voted for ourselves. And then it was a very interesting discussion. It was good. Yeah, I recommend checking out the video when it comes out. But basically, we decided that Javier is doing awesome work, and we all agreed on it rather quickly. And Pascal kind of helped with some guiding words that I suppose helped everybody see it that way.
That's good. I did kind of hope there's a little drama, but it sounds like you guys just rocked it.
Yeah, there wasn't much drama, but it was good though. It was a really great room overall. It was rocking.
Our room was very difficult. Chris was very hostile to everyone. He insisted he would go through. I fought my best, but me and Maxim were just flawed. He was just a machine.
That's right. That's what happened.
You know me.
The petty tyrant.
I know. The idea that this thing isn't gamed is going to be thrown. This one guy keeps winning. See, it's captured. Does anybody know Milan personally and able to ping him? Because he was in chat. I just think it'd be a shame to have Mr. Talenko not go through if we can't get Milan. Because you guys didn't end up on a Zoom call together, eh, Mike?
I just sent a message in the chat to Milan, please vote.
There's about 2 minutes left, 2.5 minutes. Yeah, 2.5 minutes until this ends. So hopefully someone goes through in that group. So one of the experienced chief delegates, what happens next once consensus has been found and round one finishes? What happens in between and what happens with round two? Does someone want to give us a quick overview?
Oh, wait a minute, I take it back. Okay, so 1 second before we do, we're running low on time and it looks like we've got a.
So Chris, yeah, he switched his vote.
Okay, perfect. So you're good, but room 17 now we've got 3. Luke is voting for Chris. Lee and Elias are voting for Luke, and Chris is voting for Chris. So what's going on?
Oh boy.
Luke needs to vote for himself, or these other guys need to switch to vote for Chris.
I just wanted to say that the one dude didn't get on camera or speak the entire time, yet he still voted to make it a split.
Which one was that?
CAC, can you still fix it? Because, I think there's still 2 minutes left, or is it over now?
I'm not changing my vote. It's the dude that didn't even get on camera or speak. I don't know why they even voted.
Who was it? Lee or
Lee Weeben.
So he didn't get on camera or speak. See, that's a defiance of. Is he the guy who did it last time? He might have been. That might be the same dude who did it the last election. Didn't turn his camera on, but then still voted.
That's the same one. Yeah.
So this is a good, not to be too aggressive about it all. That's like a reason to use this dispute resolution thing and to remove a member, because that's not the way this is supposed to work. I believe he's a real dude, but he's got to. I mean, that's not the way these rules work. You got to be able to come on camera and be a human to make a vote.
Oh, and now the other guy changed his vote. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Luke's a good guy. So, Chris, if you don't know Luke, he's certainly worthy of moving on. He's an excellent human being, very committed, been in EOS from the beginning. So, of anybody to get it, if you got to know Luke, I think you'd be okay with that result because he's a pretty great guy. So are you. Don't get me wrong, but this isn't a terrible outcome.
Did it. Computers.
All right.
We are done.
Someone else in the meeting may have reached out to him and asked him to vote too. I know that Han and I were trying to reach out to folks to get consensus, but Han and I had consensus within the room, and then we were reaching out to folks to try and further that the voting.
All right, the next randomization has happened.
Interesting results.
Damn.
Very
I'm
successful.
with Edgar and Han. Oh no.
Looks like yeah, like Waxa and Gav too are both. And Chris and man. Mo, nice. This is quite a selection of
Group 5. That is a killer group.
Jesse. Oh, you're looking at the next round?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my god. Is anybody else having error loading election page?
Crypto Dunker and Han.
Oh wow.
I'm having it.
I wish I could be there for that.
That's good response.
Error loading page.
Yeah, I can't load page either.
That's go in a wheel.
Yeah.
Just give it a few minutes. You still got 8 minutes.
It'd be good for folks, maybe don't upload your videos quite yet. There's a bandwidth.
Good advice. Good advice. That's why maybe that sucks now. Yeah.
On the video uploads, there's a 200 megabyte limit. I think some of these videos are fairly large. We have 2 weeks to upload the videos. It doesn't have to
100 megabyte. That's the limit.
Yeah, we tried to upload increase the limit to 200 for this election.
Yeah?
So we worked on that, but there may be a need to compress and upload the videos. We've got 2 weeks to do that, so it doesn't have to happen right now, which does put a lot of stress on the infrastructure. So we can do that, you know, in the next days and have some time to compress those videos that are over 300 megabytes, like someone mentioned. So
yeah, the page is still in a wheeling mode currently. Yeah.
I just reloaded the page. It loaded for me. Is anyone else having issues?
Error loading election information. Please reload the page to try again. I have the answer at the end of 2 minutes of wheeling. So now
I'm similar.
So what I do, Control F5 to hard refresh, or if you are on Mac, hard refresh. Okay, I do an hard refresh, and now
So
the wheel is going. So someone is trying to uploading a video, seems to be.
Yeah. Someone's I'll put a link in the chat here again, but you can always vote on blocks. It's pretty straightforward. And we can all help each other into whose room is what. So you can still manually get the Zoom link. So it shouldn't hopefully throw us off too much.
Someone say to be patient, nothing about that. Nothing about that. That was working like a charm before.
There's the I just put in the chat. If you guys want to grab that, if you're having issues, just grab that link so you can vote manually.
Absolutely.
Worst case.
For the vote. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we can still find consensus.
Yeah. So the difference with round one, in round one, there was not still the uploading of the video, and now we are at the end of round one. So maybe someone tried to upload a big file.
I keep trying to uploading the video, but keep failing.
Don't try.
It's not the time to upload the video now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will do a strong advice on that, to not upload the video until that we have finished all this beautiful yeah baby experience.
Yeah.
I mean,
because this
the
is one.
second round is quite interesting.
So the wheel is wheeling. Nice wheel, by the way.
A very nice wheel.
Well, Patrick, you've got Gav, Jesse, and Vlad. So as long as one of those three have created the Zoom link, maybe they can confirm quickly. And then worst case, just share you the Zoom and
so Vlad, send me the link.
It doesn't work for me as well.
Ah, for you also. Okay. So I am not the only one. Be patient, by the way. That will not help.
Chris, who's in my room?
Your room. Hold on, let me scroll down. You've got Brian, Karen, and Mo.
Okay.
Andrew, where leave you
Karen
guys
was able to
on
create the link. So she should. I'll be able to get you the link for Brian and Mo if you guys are having issues. Karen can send it to you.
Great, thank you.
No, I'm waiting for the room to open.
Yeah, 4 more minutes. Thereabouts.
Gav, did you create the meeting link?
Gabriel.
Did I create the what?
The Zoom link?
It hasn't given me the option. It hasn't given me the option to do so.
You have an error loading page also, Gabriel?
It says join. No, it says join meeting when the button activates.
So someone else must have done it then.
Yeah, it must have been Vladislav.
Okay, so I wait that you send me a link, someone. Okay.
I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
It's just Vlad.
Vlad.
So are we saying we have to generate links manually or?
No, it should be the same as before. Hopefully someone in your room clicked the blue button and then it's
Oh, I
now
just still can't load the election page. That's why.
Voilà.
Okay. So your room, just so you know, Luke, you've got where are you? You've got Michael Tolenko, Mark Epstein, and Reiki Cordon in your room. Hopefully you guys.
I'll ping Reiki for a link. Thank you.
Yeah. And one thing to note, this is pretty cool. We've got 20 rooms in the first round, all came to consensus. So we've got 20 people moving on. And if we have success in each of these final rooms here, we'll have 5 chief delegates versus the previous 4. So that'll mean we'll have 15 level 1 delegates and 5 chief delegates.
20 level 1.
Our room was very controversial because we had someone join that never got on audio and never showed their face. And then there was like a last minute participation where they're like, hey, and so I ended up changing my vote because we weren't going to send somebody forward, but I changed my vote last minute. So we would. I voted for myself basically at the last minute, but yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I think that one dude showing up. This is the second election in a row. He's voted without turning his camera on or talking, and might be the first. Might be the first use case of the remove member function, unless he's got a good reason why he's doing this.
It seemed very odd. It was like no audio connection, very last minute audio, and I was messaging him on Twitter and on Telegram.
Yeah.
And then and then he's like, "You should vote for yourself. You should move forward." And I was like, "This is weird." So yeah, it'd be interesting if someone's actually trying to civil attack the group. Maybe I shouldn't have changed my vote. Maybe that we shouldn't have sent somebody forward. That's an interesting example.
That was exactly the same the last time. So that's a candidate to be maybe into this dispute.
Yep.
Think, yeah.
We need to try it. So there's a good reason, and we're even
I mean, we've got the video evidence of what they did, and we were sitting there going, "Look, you got to join for it to be valid." But I mean, it worked. Whatever they were doing worked. They manipulated me to change my vote. I had 2 people voting for me, and I didn't vote for myself. And instead of sending no one forward, I figured the right thing to do would be to change my vote for myself because of that message I got. And I probably wouldn't have done that otherwise.
Wait a second. Did you not want to move forward?
I offered it as an option, but I basically said, I will, I had originally said I was going to vote for someone else, but it was going to be a stalemate. The other person was voting for me. The other person voted for themselves. So I said, I wanted to move somebody forward, though. I made that clear.
I see. Yeah, that I guess what I was concerned about is that they forced you to participate beyond what you wanted to participate at, or had the time scope for. So
yeah, but I did offer to move forward at least another round to be a great voter and to make sure that we got the right people in the top seats.
Yeah, represent. Yeah, I guess to your point, you would rather your room be represented at the next level than not represented at all.
Yeah,
excellent
that was basically
point.
it.
Yeah, you never know how it might have been all your way. You never know how things would have voted.
Is Reiki, are you on the call here? I pinged you for a Zoom link. If you could drop me a Zoom link, that would be great.
Yeah, I need that same Zoom link. This is Mike Talenko because I can't get into the election page.
I created the Zoom link. How do I find it? It just has a gray join Zoom button.
It should be available.
Oh, that's right. It won't be available for another minute or so, right?
It should be available now. Everyone,
let me look.
Yeah, should be available.
Round 2 is now in progress.
Yeah, I'm
I can see that it says join meeting, but I don't see how I can copy and paste the link.
I already have it. I copied it and pasted it into the Eden members chat on Telegram.
Thanks, Reiki.
For others, you can just join the meeting, click on participant, copy link, and then share the link like that. You don't have to share it from the actual Eden Gen page.
Clicking refresh also brings up the link. Mine had disappeared for a little bit. Refresh the page and it came back.
Progress. Yeah, refresh worked for me earlier too, and then you just click the blue button.
And here, for anyone else in my group, there's the link right there.
Gabriel, have you the link?
I'm checking now.
Okay.
Jesse posted it into the Eden members.
I have the link, copy link, so I can share it in the chat group.
I'm going to need a meeting link. I think I don't have one and I can't refresh the page.
I've just shared my meeting link in this chat group for our group.
Thank you.
See you there.
Thank you.
Good luck, everyone. We'll have 5 new chief delegates in about 45 minutes, 50 minutes.
Is there anyone that can help me get into my room?
Yeah. Which room are you in?
I don't know yet because I can't see the screen.
Okay, hold on.
Brian, Karen, and Mohammed.
Yeah.
Are in Wax's group.
Oh, cool. Okay, so maybe Karen could give you the link, or Mo.
I've tried messaging it in chat on here, but it didn't go through.
Let me check with you, Karen.
Send me the link.
Can you guys see the screen? I'll try and keep the election page up. But I'm surprised it's not showing people voting yet.
Don't they have another 5-10 minute warm-up period before the voting actually pops up? Or am I thinking wrong?
Oh, that could be it. I don't know the UI that well.
You should be able to vote, I think, right away. Unless there's a timer on your individual pages if you're logged in. There's no timer, it should be.
Yeah, well, I'm just not seeing the votes, I guess, in the live results yet.
I mean, people might not have voted yet. That could be why.
No, there's not even a bar though. Oh, I guess I see what you mean. And if I could probably.
So what can I do at the moment to help myself get into the room?
Wax, I've put a message out for Karen. Let me message you.
There, I got all the rooms pulled up now so you can see it.
Just received a link on Discord. See you guys soon.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Surprised to see some of the faces are still here.
So this is the people remaining are the ones not going
Yeah.
to the other meetings. Yeah. Elias, you were in the Luke's Luke meeting. What I'm curious how that all went down with the person not showing his face. And,
yeah, I was hoping he would have, and I'm actually texting him right now. I'm hoping if he's, I don't think he's in this big room, just to authenticate himself. But yeah, he did not. He joined about, I don't know, 35 maybe. I don't know what the exact time. His, or maybe earlier, maybe it was, yeah, 9:30, and his audio didn't work because there was no little sign that shows if he's muted or not. For I don't know, 10, 15 minutes maybe, and towards the end his audio worked. So yeah, we were not able to authenticate.
and for you, you voted for Luke, but Luke didn't even vote for himself. What was your thinking behind that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I was gonna vote for myself. That wasn't probably gonna happen, so I voted for Luke. Luke left it open. I did ask him a couple of questions. You know, he mentioned that he hasn't been, he's been doing other stuff, you know, on consciousness and stuff like that. He hasn't been that much active, but he did leave it open that he would be willing to go if there's nobody else. So I threw my vote his way.
And you didn't want to vote for Chris that Luke and Chris had voted for?
I wanted to vote for myself, but yeah, so yeah, yeah.
So just to confirm, he never put his camera on at any point. He just came in late, no audio, and then just voted and changed his vote. Is that right?
Correct. No authentication throughout.
Okay.
And towards the end,
and yeah, we'll see if he was the same person who did it last time. And if he is, then it's good to have a test. Good to see any weaknesses in the system.
Yeah.
To test Chris's new dispute resolution system. So happy days.
So we have dispute resolution.
Yeah, where is that?
It's on its way. If Chris gets elected, I think we'll get it.
It would be difficult though because of the real-time nature of the second round, right? If you dispute, the second round has already moved forward. So the
yeah, I think it's more like if it's the same guy who did it last time, then he's done it twice, then you know he'll have to have a really good reason for doing that, and we'll have a conversation with him about that. But if he has done it twice and he's not going to engage, then that he sounds like a candidate for dispute resolution for me. It doesn't necessarily have to happen during the election, but that's a good point. If it's affecting the outcome of the election, that's something we should think about.
Yeah, I wonder if we would have. I wonder if we, if Chris.
I do believe it's the same guy.
One thing to consider is if the room number is slightly larger, it makes the statistical probability of such an event much less.
Yep. So the old adage, we need to get more people, more members will make this more secure and better in general. So let's all try and do that. So Chuck, you think it's the same guy?
I'm certain of it. Yep.
Oh, you're certain?
Sorry, I'm 98% sure of it. I'm not certain of it, but it's I'm just looking at his induction video, and I know that we went through this 3 months ago because he also screwed up another round, and right away we looked at it. He was inducted by or invited by Gracie, and he also had a Palmello grant, like for something to do with pets, and that was canceled by Palmello for cheating. And like anyway, there was a couple of other things, but he should have been turfed out of Eden in the last 3 months for what he did during that election. And it's pretty cut and dry. Like if somebody votes on chain and they're not on the video, they should be kicked out of Eden.
I second that motion. Let's move it forward.
I would, there's subtleties there, right? So Han and I, they were not on video today, but we reached out to individuals after we had reached full consensus within the video chat, and we asked them to vote for Han so that we would move forward within our group. So under those conditions, the individual that voted with the consensus of the group, even though they weren't in it, I would say they weren't on video and they don't need to be booted. Maybe there was reasons that they couldn't join, but I guess coming full circle, participation is important too.
Yeah, so we don't want to limit the opportunities for people to get involved, but video is quite an important aspect of the ability to make sure everyone is who they say they are. Obviously, if you log in with your blockchain account, that's probably sufficient as well. But it's definitely an issue for the delegates to tackle, I think, because it's unclear at the moment.
So one thing about that is if you, since you auto record, you might want to, you know, back in the days where you have to manually turn the recording on, so the people that don't want to go on be recorded could authenticate initially and then start recording. The auto recording kind of forces everybody's face to be shown.
I mean, I think you're right. I think there is a middle ground here to be achieved. I know people like Chris and Chuck have been working on different ideas on this. So I think we do need to innovate, make it more simple, streamlined, and accommodate people who don't want to be on camera. So I think once we tick off the authentication, if you're just using audio, it should be fine, in my opinion, but it's up to the delegates to obviously put some bylaws into place for that.
I got a question for Joshua, if he's on. Are the Fractal meetings on for today or canceled? I seen a note from Matt.
Yeah, they're on. The room will open at 10:30. There's going to be a breakout room process, but no respect being allocated.
So what's the?
I'll put a post in the Telegram group in just a moment.
Okay, cool. Thanks. So it's a social event.
Social event pondering the demise or the rise.
Is Lucy Lou still, or never mind.
Best of luck, everyone. I'm going to drop off. Catch up with everyone later. Bye.
Thank you. See you later. So Chuck, did you actually run?
I was open to it, but I wanted to see who was in the room. But yeah, I was open to being elected. And my phone stopped ringing. Yeah, as soon as I saw the room layout, Leonard and I had both been elected a couple times before, and Douglas Butner had not. And like from the beginning, I was sort of leaning towards voting for him. So that's sort of the way the meeting went. I am handbraking my video right now.
I think Douglas is going to make an excellent delegate. He always has a lot to say. He's a really cool guy, and I think he'll add a lot of value to the whole experience. So let's hope he becomes a chief delegate. We'll definitely give a different persona for one of the leaders. I think that's what we need.
I have a question for the group while we're assembled here. Does anyone have any opinion on delegates using funds for the Eden Fractal liquidity pool?
I do.
What I would say is if the delegate announces that they plan to do that, and the individuals within that group have the ability to vote based on that information beforehand, then I would say the process is being followed. But I would personally not be using funds for that.
In my pitch was to use funds for that, but I didn't go on, so it doesn't really matter.
Who said
so
I do?
personally, I wouldn't.
That's Andrew who said I would, but that's just that's more a lack of. It's something I think would be valuable, but just my opinion.
I'd like to add that it continues the conversation here, rather than quarterly get together. We have weekly efforts to improve EOS.
Yeah, that's specifically the value that I see as well.
Yeah, even if it's an experiment, it's clearly designed to be a value generator, and I think it's very worthy of funding that we would receive here.
So does anyone who regularly attends these Eden Fractals to want to speak a little bit about the value that Eden Fractals can bring to Eden? I think that'd be quite a good discussion.
Could we maybe stop the screen share just so we can see who's talking and stuff?
Yep. All right, I was there you go.
Great.
Yeah, Dan Singjoy, if you're willing, I think you'd be the guy to talk to that.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, I'd be happy to. And thanks also, Andrew and Lovejoy and everybody for bringing up Marco as well and sharing your thoughts. So yeah, we have Eden Fractal meetings every Wednesday at 13 UTC, and everyone's welcome to attend. Basically, we use the process that's basically defined in the Fractal white paper, just the basic version of it, where people come together and go into breakout rooms like this with up to 6 people, and people get rewarded with Eden tokens. And there's also an EOS reward too. There's 100 EOS that we give away every week. There's usually about 15 people or so who join every week. Last week there was about 20 people, and we have lots of there's so much exciting things going on. We've been meeting. We just met for our 18th meeting, so we've been doing it since early June, and it's a great time. It's a great way that everyone can come and share their contributions to EOS and get respect for it, and also to meet people in the community. Like Marco was saying, I believe you meet people every week, and it really keeps the conversation going more. Sorry, what's that?
You said that it's created value for the network. What value has it created? Or is it more that the thought experiment of it in and of itself is the value?
It certainly created value in many ways, and then also that I think the thought experiment and the idea is really helpful too. But so there are many ways. I was working on an article recently about this. It's still kind of a draft article that's still in the works, but you can check it out at edencreators.com/edenfractal. Or actually, there's a page on there I'll share in the chat about how Eden Fractal is creating public goods for EOS, and I kind of summarize it in 4 different ways. So for one thing, Eden Fractal is bring together communities with networking events. Like we were mentioning before, you get to meet a lot of the best builders in EOS and like a lot of people who are building awesome projects. And then there's been many collaborations that have spurred from that already. Another big value add is that it is fostering the development of tooling for fractal governance on EOS. So at edencreators.com/edenfractal/tooling, there's a description of the tools that mostly Jay and Smart and Vlad Hramshav have built for fractal governance on EOS. There's a bunch of smart contracts that and a user interface that enables people to earn and distribute, and other fractals can use this as well. For example, Dwayne Felipe, he hosts the Alien Worlds Fractal, and he's been working with Vlad to integrate it there as well. So it's kind of well, there's lots of benefits to it that I can go into more detail. I'm happy to discuss or answer any questions, but I'll keep it relatively short here. But that's really cool. And there's also lots of governance tooling that we're also building as well. Like, for example, Tadas is a great developer and thinker. He just actually proposed a new form of consensus process that combines the Eden process, the Eden election process, and the fractal process all into one room. So there's also like that kind of like philosophical and all sorts of like just governance innovation that's coming out of it. And then we're also making videos too. So at edenfractal.com/videos, we have all the videos up there. Felix does lots of videos. He's a YouTuber. I also make videos, and then several other people have made videos too. So we're creating content, and we have like a really big catalog of, you know, lots of meetings, and at different times in the meetings, like eventually we can work, some of it's timestamped, but we can timestamp it more and like cut great clips from it where people are saying inspiring things about EOS and so forth. Yeah, I suppose that's part of a good summary here. And I see Andrew has his hands off. Andrew has great thoughts about it too. So I'm happy to discuss more, answer any questions, and I hope that provided a helpful intro. And I'll pass it on to Andrew, or if there's anything else you want to, or anyone else wants to.
Yeah,
ask.
if I may follow up, and then because I haven't participated in Fractally, and I guess my question would be, I'm trying to understand from a time scale its utility. Let me elaborate a little bit. Some projects take years to work on, other projects takes weeks. And I guess my question is from a utility perspective, do you see value in leveraging Fractally for like week projects, month projects, and year projects, or is it limited to more the short-term time frame, and Eden is more of a long-term time frame horizon? I guess that's kind of, I'm trying to understand where its strengths and its weaknesses, essentially.
The Fractal rewards work. This quarterly meeting makes promises in its simplest form.
Yes.
What was that? Say that again, Mark. I can quite hear you.
The Fractal rewards work done. This quarterly meeting makes promises.
I'll also add to that too.
Well,
so boom.
Well, the Fractally doesn't reward directly for contributions. In theory, it does for what people say their contributions are. It rewards people for what they say they have done over the past week or whatever. So I think for your question, Zoom user, well, I don't remember you, I don't know your name.
Sorry, Michael Bammer.
Yeah. It is promoting people to contribute on a continuous basis theoretically, that you would be doing work continuously. So it's more short term than Eden, I think. And if you wanted people to work on a project together, let's say EOS or whatever, then as people are incentives to contribute to that project and then go to the Fractally meeting to present what they've done. So it's sort of, in my opinion, real time, like Mackenberg said.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, that's kind of how I guess I've envisioned it, but I haven't participated. So when people talk about like moving Eden consensus to Fractally, are they saying that we move the entire consensus mechanism up to that, or that we make some hybrid where within Eden we acknowledge that there are contributors on a weekly basis, and we want to leverage the Fractally consensus mechanism to enable I guess what's the word I'm looking for? Recognition of the value that they've created, and thus give them rewards, not the right word, compensation for that value.
Let's say you won an election with some promise X, right? And then that Eden election thing goes 3 or 6 months, whatever, 3 months. So you could do a Fractally meeting of a group of people that are moving forward on commitment X that you've stated in your Eden election. I think that could work like that. So they could work together, but they're to me, they're like apples and oranges in some respect. They're both kind of like sort of election processes, but I don't think they're not really the same at all.
Yeah, I would I tend to agree with you, but
Andrew, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, so I wanted to speak to this because I very specifically pitched that. Very specifically pitched using Fractally to just to be clear, what I'm really interested in is moving away from Zoom as a technology that we are reliant on. What's cool is a Fractally team has created like a randomized like 6-person group rooms where you get to rank people using consensus, I think that there's tremendous value in us just using that tool that they've created, because it allows us to rank, sort of rank our top person to move forward. It's basically plug and play Eden process. So that's why I'm interested in it. The value I see from the Eden Fractal specifically is it allows us to just completely voluntarily, depending on if we want to donate to the Eden Fractal or not, it allows us to completely voluntarily decide if we want to use the Fractally process to reward whatever distribution we've received from Eden, or if we want to just use Eden for our own projects or, you know, whatever else. But to me, the primary value that I see from the Eden Fractal is the fact that we meet weekly, because I think that is the largest community building thing that we have within Eden. I don't know of any other. I guess there's also the Eden fire, or I don't think it's called the fireside chat, the Sunday thing that we do.
Eden Town
other
Hall.
than that, sorry?
Town Hall.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, the Eden Town Hall. But other than those two things, there's not really any opportunity for engagement from Eden members with other Eden members. And I feel like that's a tremendous missed opportunity. So I was very excited to see the weekly Fractally meetings. And for those who haven't joined, it's basically, I don't know if you've done Scrum meetings or anything like that. Basically just sort of weekly meetings, get together, talk about what you've been doing. Maybe you talk about sort of collaboration that can happen, that kind of thing. But it's not that crazy. It's like the Eden process plus a Scrum meeting, sort of. But just wanted to give my perspective on that.
That's great, Andrew. Thank you.
So, if I may, sounds like you're less interested in the consensus mechanism of the Fractally and more the underlying public goods code, that we could import some of the code that would make the Eden election process more seamless. Is that a fair statement?
I would say, as an addendum to that, I also think that there might be value in the process itself, but I think it's up to people on their own to decide whether or not they think it would work. You know, in general, so I think spreading out the potential solutions is better.
So Fractally has is Fractally also video? No. Yeah, and so I see, and it's moved off of Zoom. What is the video user interface? What program is it running?
They built it. It's I think RPC is the term for when you sort of create a direct link. I don't know.
I think it's WebRTC.
WebRTC, I believe. Yeah, sounds right.
But mostly we're just using Zoom for the video calls right now, but that's in the plans to switch to that. It's been in testing and so forth for a few different meetings so far.
Okay, so I know Chuck, Dan, and Lovejoy wanted to speak on this, so it's up to you guys who goes first.
Yeah, Chuck has hand up first.
Going, especially with Eden getting HIPAA tools, this whole concept of the circles, which has gone back to like 2 summers ago, talking about the structure of Eden as, like, ideally we want this organization to be quite large, right? And quite multifaceted. It's not just elect a group of people and then they dump money out to other people. If we are to make this into a larger reality, we want the Eden core software to be the core software that we get our governance structure from. And we're not going to screw with that software, because God knows what's going to happen when we do that. We keep our core election software as it is. That's going to assign our delegates, our chief delegates and delegates, and chief delegates once we're big enough. But then we also need committees. Like, we need standing committees that are going to do things. and those committees need to be responsive to the electoral system itself in order for this whole thing to work. So the accountability has to reflect back up to those chief delegates and those elected delegates. We can find other ways to manage, like when you're elected level 1, that can give you some sort of responsibility over and above just getting money. But the whole point of the circles, as Michael laid them out, particularly last term, and as others, Chris Barnes and Joshua, they were really big on this holacracy thing, where you have circles that are tasked, like they're given responsibility and power to do things. And the NFT circle has been voted on, and it's now established, where the NFT.Eden, the owner permissions are the chief delegates, or active permissions of Genesis.Eden, right? So the chief delegates own that circle, but they create active permissions for the circle, for the committee to work with. So the treasury, the smart contracts, everything that has to do with the functioning of the NFT circle is going to be basically owned, or not owned, but it's going to be overseen by those active MSIG holders. But that account itself, everything that's in that account is owned by the Genesis.Eden active permissions. I think that's a fantastic structure for every one of our circles going forward, where the chief delegates are going to create a .Eden account. They're going to own that, and then they're going to delegate the functioning of that account to somebody, to a crew of people or an individual, to then find a crew of people. So like we're working with the whole EOS permission system here. And once we have the Hypha tools online, we're going to have circles within that, but those circles can be .Eden accounts that are going to be owned by Genesis Eden and administered by people who are appointed by the chief delegates. And I think that that's a great structure for us going forward. We have core software that we're not going to screw with, and then we just layer more things onto it. And in my opinion, when we started doing the meetings, the Wednesday meetings for the Fractal, it was to use the Eden process on a more regular basis. Like, this is the Eden process. This core process is the same thing. We're just doing it more regularly and finding and repurposing it for different use. And our election software is run regularly, like 3 months, or it could be 2 months, or even 1 month once we have it really set. But that's we're arriving at our hierarchy there. But the weekly meetings allow people to meet each other, allow people to get together. All these things. It's a great system, and the weekly meetings are very, very important. So important that it should become a part of Eden's core tooling. So this should be another circle, an official .Eden circle with those same account permissions that I just mentioned. It should be owned by Eden, and it should be administered by an MSIG of Eden members, and it should be fully accountable to the electoral system. That's the only circumstance that I would consider donating actual Eden funding to the Eden Fractal, me personally. And I would encourage people to think along those lines, that it's so important to us that we should be spending that money on incorporating it into Eden, not setting it up as another organization with a pool of funding that it can use for whatever, because it's more important that the owner of that of those resources is Eden itself, because then it's accountable to our whole democratic system. I'm done.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Chuck. I'd love to discuss this in more detail with you at some point, and I'd love to discuss this more with the community in general. There's so many interesting thoughts here. I do think that there is a lot of value in, like, the Fractal being able to operate independently. And also there's a huge amount of value that's being created, even though it's not having the same permission structure as current, as chief delegates and so forth. And I think in many ways that kind of diversity and redundancy can be helpful. But yeah, I'm looking forward to exploring that more. But I also did want to rather briefly touch upon a few other things that people said as well. And thank you everybody so much for sharing the feedback. So for one thing, I'll share some links that I'll share a bunch of links because I've been working on this constantly, far more than full time the past 4 months and for longer than that, just to try to explain why I think that this is so beneficial for the Eden community and the EOS community, this fractal process, and many ways that we can integrate it. Sorry, I was just trying to get organized. So Michael was asking before about long-term benefits and short-term benefits. I think it's both. It has already created immense benefits in the past 4 months, and I think that it can work very well for long-term projects, medium projects, and so forth. I'll share those links in the chat right now where people can learn more about how the Eden Fractal has created value for the community so far, and just in general how this fractally process spurs the production of public goods. I think that, like similar to Pomelo is a great mechanism for creating public goods and incentivizing and fostering public goods. So is the fractally process, and in a totally different way that has many, many unique advantages that are awesome. Michael, you also asked before if it might be a good idea or if there are plans to move the entire consensus mechanism or parts of it to the fractally method as opposed to the current Eden election process. And Joshua also said it would be nice to see Eden Fractal and Eden org merging together somehow, perhaps with the opportunity to migrate with Hyper tools soon. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to explore. I don't think that it would be like a one solution fits all. Like it'll be a merging and composing of different tools and seeing what works best, and probably all the tools evolving alongside each other. But I'm interested to see how that goes. There are a lot of benefits to having a token, can provide independence for the Eden community and directly reward people who are and respect people who are contributing to the Eden community, like directly and specifically, and sharing certain upside for people sharing these principles and these processes of fractal governance and democracy and so forth. And it's also composable in many ways. So I think that funding liquidity pool, once the Eden token is transferable, it's not currently transferable, then that can be a very powerful way to foster development of public goods and incentivize helpful work and really grow the community and help spread these democratic processes and these like fun processes and so forth. And then also I'll share a couple of links too. There is a lot of research going in and a lot of thought going into consensus processes that are specifically for Eden Fractal right now, but could be used by Eden as a whole. And I think that there will probably be some merging going on. So I just shared a couple links. First one, edencreators.com/interim. It's a bit older, but it has lots of thought that had gone into this. This has been the major discussion topic for Eden Fractal for the past 2 months or so. We've been discussing how to govern the community and so forth. So there's a breakdown at edencreators.com/interim of what's happened so far. And then recently I shared a proposal for consensus mechanism, and I featured Tadas's proposal. I would recommend checking out Tadas's proposal, which is on that page, edencreators.com/consensus. And it, Tadas's proposal is like a really innovative way of combining the current Eden election process with the fractal process and basically doing the Eden election process every week alongside at the same meetings as doing the fractal process. So it's really interesting, but there's a lot of innovation there, and we'll see how that goes. And then also, because there's a token and because there's these weekly meetings, there's opportunity for so much more iteration and like composability and possibility. So for example, I've been working on something called Eden Talk lately. I only really announced it in the Eden Discord, so that's where most of the discussion for Eden Fractal goes on, but I'm planning to announce it more. I just released the first version of it this week. You can check it out edentalk.com. It uses BBS, which is a great app on EOS, as the main as doing most of the functions of the application. It's kind of like Reddit, but with a lot of the benefits of EOS that are only possible with EOS. So people can earn a community token there. And there's kind of a system similar to Voice where people can bid on NFTs and so forth, all sorts of cool mechanisms. And so I just started that up, and I made a proposal with Eden Fractal to issue 25 Eden tokens per week to spur the development of this. And I'm also planning on using some of my EOS from my previous term chief delegate funding to incentivize people to use Eden Talk, because I think that there's so many benefits of BBS and so forth. And this is one example that I think is really cool, and an example of how we can use the Eden token and this consensus process where people are meeting every week to launch like really helpful products and helpful tools like that. And then in addition, there's also 2 other proposals I made this week. One is for respecting Eden elections, and one is for curating more equal animals. So both of these, in a similar way, using this process and using the token, we can, and using these weekly meetings where people can really discuss things and get into details, we can have the opportunity to make proposals like this where we can, reward Eden tokens and potentially EOS for people who curate more equal animals or do different, helpful tasks that are helpful for the community in all kinds of ways, or like respecting elections like that. I've been talking for kind of a while, so I'll leave it at that. I hope that's been helpful, and I'm happy to discuss this more. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Dan.
I'll have a follow-up, but I know Lovejoy has his hand up, so probably let's jump to him.
Lovejoy, you're next, and then Michael, you can come back in after.
Yep, thank you, Michael.
I feel like this is like Shark Tank or something.
It's Lovejoy.
Hello, is this thing on?
Yeah, you look good. You got
Okay.
the nice setup.
Trying to. I did that podcast with Haifa, and I listened back later, and my audio was so bad I was just appalled. So I went out and bought a mic, and I guess I'm getting serious now.
Bought a serious microphone too. What's up?
Yeah,
SM7B represent.
yeah. Then I can record my first album too. You're doing backups on that, Andrew, so get ready. Gosh, I have so many thoughts, and I don't know how to untangle them all. I think I really like all the experimentation that's occurring. I'm really looking forward to reading Tadas's piece. Put my notes up here. Because and I'm pretty in line with what Chuck is suggesting as far as the multi staged sort of governance thing, where you have like the overall Eden process, and then within that the fractally process being used in circles seems appropriate to me. But I guess what I'm kind of like, I just want everyone to be like really upfront about what they're doing. And I feel like there's a lot of hand wavy stuff around, specifically around the Eden fractal. Like in a sense, I feel like what's happening is like a silent referendum, like an unspoken referendum where there's a group of people that are advancing a particular governance model that could actually replace the Eden governance model. But without being like super direct about it, or maybe they're not being direct with themselves about it. And so I'm not sure like really even how to talk about this, because I'm kind of going out on a limb here. But it feels like if we're going to have a discussion about, like one model's better than the other, because I hear these sentiments expressed like Mockingbird said, like, Eden pays for work that is yet to be done, and fractally pays for work that's already been done. And there's like this value judgment there, like that one is superior to the other. And that's like the Dan party line, pretty much. Like, this is the new superior model. Then he's seen the flaws in the old way of doing things. So if we're in fact advancing the Eden fractal model as like a superior tech that, would have better attributes for the thing, I think I just want us to be upfront about that. Because then we could all be on the same page.
Can I clarify that?
Just what was that?
Can I clarify that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I see and the Eden that we're doing now came first. I see this is the culmination of what the Fractal is meant to do. Fractal doesn't have delegates, it has a council, and that council is formed by teams. Now, the Eden Fractal may be changing that, but ultimately, we need direction. And the Eden Fractal isn't as well suited as this is, because of the idea of promises and hiring delegates that are going to hold 3-month terms. So just because we're always changing either the council or the focus from week to week, while we get things done work-wise, we don't have that long-term focus. I've always seen it that way. Now, could there be a group that wants to change it and go one way? I have yet to totally see that, but there is definitely clarification on that. I've called for definitions, hard definitions on these things. So I share some of your concern.
Yeah, pasted it in the chat real quick, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Lovejoy, but it seems to me like Fractally is actually a quote unquote bounty program. We have done this work, give us money for it. Whereas the latter is a request for proposal. This is what I am proposing to do. This is the scope, give me funds. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, that's fair. And I didn't have a whole lot else to add, just kind of like this. I just wanted to bring that up in case anyone could add some clarity. I think that the weekly meeting process is valuable. I'd like to see them merge somehow, some way. I think they both provide something unique and valuable. But I guess that's how I see it. I don't see it as like, when then that's where that's where this whole conversation opened, is because I was like, is it like, what do you guys think about using Eden funds for the Fractally rewards pool, or whatever it's called? Because that's where it gets kind of interesting, where we're funding like a separate org that may have kind of a separate agenda. We don't really know exactly what the agenda is, because the agenda is not super clear. Is it to augment? Is it to like come up with a holistic thing that, you know, takes into mind like the tooling that Haifa is bringing, along with the kind of advantages that Eden, I think, has, and then find a home for Fractally inside that, or the Eden fractal process inside that? Or is it to, you know, one method to rule them all kind of approach, which I've seen a lot of from certain ideologues in the past. So just raised my hackles a little bit. Just wanted to say something, but there's multiple hands up, so take it away.
Hey guys, just before we jump into more of this discussion, the election is getting very heated, and I just want to draw your attention to this.
Yeah.
So we have a bunch of new chief delegates, but 3 minutes left in group one, and it's deadlocked. Felix is going for it, and Javier is also going for it. So this looks really interesting. So we'll have to see if they'll be able to find consensus in the next 3 minutes. But in the meantime, we do have some new chief delegates. So I'd like to welcome, is it Wiki? Is that how you pronounce it? He's a new chief delegate. We've also got Waxer. Very pleased to see him there. Jesse is back for his second term.
Wow.
Very cool. Gareth didn't back him there. And finally, Group 5, Chris Barnes has been elected yet again, the president of the world. Congratulations, Chris.
It was tight. It was really tight. Ezra put on a really good, a well-fought battle. And in the end, you know, what's funny, the defining thing that was swaying the group towards Ezra was that we wanted new blood to be a chief delegate. And I noticed that 3 of the 5 rooms will likely have, forced to have new blood, because none of them have been a chief delegate yet. So that kind of, that point sort of shifted it back, where then there's the value in having continuity. So this is what we noticed in the last set of chief delegates. They spent the first couple of meetings being like, we're all new. What's going on? What do we do? And so then it kind of shifted it back to me, where at least I do bring that continuity, and there is value there. So that was a hard fought room. And thank you to those in that room for giving me your trust, Han and Edgar.
Congrats.
Well, congratulations, everyone. So just a little over 90 seconds left. Does anyone have any predictions? Will we find consensus in group 1? Will Felix or Javier give up their votes for the other? Or will, live, yep, we've got it. Javier there. Congratulations.
Man, I feel like this is our most. I feel like this round, it went more smooth than in the past, or at least from my experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of elections ago, it was pretty tense in the last few seconds. I've got some footage of that I can show you guys later.
I noticed some of you all still have your hands up. Are you wanting to talk, or is it just your hands getting tired?
Well, we were having a little discussion while everyone was busy deciding the future of Eden. But we can get back to that whenever it's appropriate, I guess. Michael, you have the mod.
Feel free. We can talk a little bit more about the Eden Fractal if you guys want, and then we can come back to the election.
Okay. I don't know if Lovejoy is done. I'd be happy to respond to Lovejoy, and thank you for asking those questions. Although also, if the chief delegates are just returning in the room, and if you think it's better to first focus on that, then I'd be happy to do that. We can return to the Fractal stuff later. What do you think is best, Michael?
I think that's right, actually, to be honest, because it's 4 o'clock and everyone is back now.
Amen.
Is everyone back? Yeah, great.
And Michael, you're doing a great job moderating. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. It's my first time.
Thank you, Michael.
And obviously, Michael, you have one of the most phenomenal names I could ever imagine. So congrats on that. So, all right, brilliant. We have a whole new set of chief delegates. I'm really, really excited about that. Are any of our new delegates in the room? Would anyone like to say a few words? Jesse, I've seen you. Well, you're chewing. That was unfortunate.
Chewing. Go on.
I didn't realize that.
They're just raisins, so they're easy to chew.
From Haifa, so we can do that in a bit. So Alex, prepare yourself. Swallow anything you might have in your mouth. Jesse, you go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm so grateful and excited to return to the chief delegate tier. I want to thank Gav and Vlad, Patrick, Lenny from our first group. Our plan, we're taking a narrow approach to grow Eden and grow the membership. I'll be contributing a percentage of my budget to the Eden Fractal because we're using the Eden Fractal as essentially an incubator for members to participate in the election. So Eden Fractal is going to be our hub for crypto networking. And then the Eden Fractal community is going to grow these members. We're not going to talk about EOS at all before that stage. My job is to execute the outreach process. The bees will do that. We're not going to talk about EOS. We're just about a general crypto marketing. All chains are welcome. And then in Eden Fractal, they'll learn about EOS. So this theoretically, they'll learn about EOS for the first time, and hopefully they'll graduate to an election participant. So this is the approach that we're taking, working very closely with Nova Crypto. He's building tools for us to execute our outreach process, and the Eden Fractal is a huge component of this. And so I also want to just thank Dan as the founder of Eden Fractal. I was always very excited about it, but I couldn't have guessed how integral it would be in Eden. And so thank you everyone for your votes. And I'm just looking now at the other chief delegates and super excited. Thanks everyone.
Thank you, Jesse, very much.
That's great. Okay, let's look for some new blood. Let's have a look. Paul Waxer, it's on you. Spotlight's on you. Congratulations. Tell us what it means to you to be a chief delegate.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you. I've just been congratulated by my cat on repeat very loudly, so I apologize if that comes through. Yeah, thank you to everyone who voted for me through the process. There's obviously a lot of talent within this ecosystem. I really appreciate it. So one of my overall plans is to organize Eden with a new website that brings currently what we have as circles under one umbrella as an Eden DAO, and just make sure that everybody is operating under the same identity. And I really look forward to working with the chief delegates that have been elected so far. So I think we'll work in sync very well to achieve what I'm proposing.
Rich, could you elaborate on
the whole pitch?
Okay.
Oh, you can ask a question now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with Haifa DAO circles, so maybe like a 30-second pitch there. I would be very thankful for that.
I don't work for Haifa DAO. I work for Helios as a marketing manager.
And we do have Alex from Haifa DAO on the call, but let's come back to him in a moment, I think. So Waxer, what is your overall goal for this term? Are you going to approve the bylaws? Are you going to set new bylaws? What's your whole vision? We're really excited. Obviously the website is going to be great and you've done fantastic work with it so far, so congrats, but tell us more.
Yeah, so yes, I'll be approving all the bylaws so far that I've read through. They all seem great. Obviously been following Chris Barnsley's been proposing them with the rest of the chief delegates. So yeah, very interesting and great work. I'm not sure quite yet what bylaws I'm going to be proposing myself to achieve what I want to achieve. I'm not sure if I need any, but we'll see what comes up with the group as we continue with the discussions. So yeah, the website is the first part, but then that's also going to be incorporating hopefully Mohammed's reputation system as well on that same platform. And I'll be working with Dan Singjoy and the rest of the circle leads like yourself as well to make sure everything is coordinated and we put in position exactly what you need to be able to operate at full capacity. There's also going to be a marketing aspect to what I proposed as well. So once we have something which is more easy to sell and a location where people can be directed to with regards to Eden-on-EOS specifically, there'll be a strategic marketing plan put in place. And we're going to be using the various platforms that we have available to us. Unfortunately, we don't have the Eden-on-EOS Twitter account, but we do have the chief's account, which Chris Bond set up. So we'll be using that and other channels which sprout out as well. Stage one, make the website, make sure everyone's united under one umbrella, make sure everyone's happy with that process and speak to everyone within the community as I start developing it as well. And then market it.
Awesome. Waxer is a man with a plan. I'm very excited to see what happens. All right, Riki, do you want to come on and say a few words? This is your moment. Congratulations.
Sure. It's Reiki, but you can also just say Rai. So
my apologies. My apologies.
None required. So the people I'm representing and the rounds that I'm going through, it was pretty clear the main focus is around coordination, governance, and contribution accounting, or like how do we actually have a container for people here to be able to show up to, do good work together, get seen for doing that work, and make decisions together so we can start building a functional community. So that's what I've been doing in the crypto Web3 space for then launched our first in 2017, started a DAO in 2019 called Seeds on Telos. So we've been building on EOS.io.
His internet's not great.
Is my internet?
Make sure you mute everybody.
You're cutting out a bit.
Yeah, but I got most of it.
How about now? Is it better if my video's off?
Yeah.
All right. So y'all don't need to see me. I'll keep this one pretty short then. I'm here to bring some of the experience I've had in designing ecosystems and decentralized systems and networks, and we'll coordinate, make decisions together. We ran a DAO for and still running, and it's been 4 years now. We've done hundreds of decisions with hundreds of people. So we had 10,000 plus people join Seeds. 100 decided to become citizens and participate in governance, coordinated and didn't coordinate what we could do. So I'm coming with that. However, my first, part of this process is to sense with the community, get to know some of the other what's really important and what's the most important thing for us to focus on as a community. And then the deliverable will be either something complete that community members can step into immediately, that's my bias, or a white paper for something we can build that represents what the community actually wants to coordinate with. So one of those two would be a deliverable in my time here. It really depends on what all the chief delegates. So I'm embarking on that journey, and it'll be fun to see what we can do together. And it's been a really cool process so far.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
So I'll probably pause there.
Wow. Okay. Is Javier here? Is he back in the room yet? Javier? Are you anywhere? No. Okie dokie. Maybe you couldn't work out the tech. Okay, Chris, do you want to say a few words? I know you're a bit shy, but try and find the confidence somewhere.
Oh my God. Loving this set of chief delegates. I think this is really cool. We've got lots of new blood. That was an important thing that, like I mentioned earlier, that came up in my room, that the importance of having new blood. So we've definitely achieved that. Really exciting. I think Yeah, we're gonna do a lot. So in terms of bylaws, certainly I'm going to be supporting ratification since I helped propose them, so that's easy. And if I will share that link once I'm done chatting here, if anyone's curious to see what that might look like. One of the things that we'll get to test is this dispute resolution tool, which is specifically focused on removing members. And I think we might have a good example, not that we want to remove members, that's not necessarily the most fun thing, but we did have a repeat offender for someone who showed up, didn't turn their camera on, voted, didn't say a word, and really did affect the outcome of their room, like tangibly affected the outcome twice in a row. So I think that's something we need to address. And it's an opportunity now once we ratify this bylaw and make it an official thing. So part of that, what that bylaw includes is the new circle. So maybe one of the HIFA folks can come on and explain far better than I will what holacracy is and how this circle thing works. And one of the circles that we'll need to create, it's currently titled as bonds.eden. And what it is, it's basically a circle lead who will take the responsibility of this dispute resolution tool. And specifically what they'll do is sort of organize it when it comes up, but then also collect the collateral. So there's going to be this idea of once a plaintiff wants to put up a dispute against another member, they need to put up $125 worth of EOS, and that gets held by the bonds circle lead. The defendant has an opportunity to then first they need to be contacted or attempted to be contacted. If they say, no, I should not be kicked out, I should be here, they post another $125 to the same bond circle lead who will kind of hold that collateral. A debate will ensue between the plaintiff and the defendant with randomly selected jurors from level 1 delegates. So we'll have 15 level 1 delegates because there's 20 that moved to the first round, but 5 of those are now chief delegates. So there's 15 level 1 delegates. They will be randomly selected, 5 of them. So hopefully those who are here, if you're a level 1 delegate, I hope you're okay with that potential responsibility if you're chosen, and you will need to arbitrate as to whether the plaintiff or the defendant are correct. And then the outcome will be, you don't get to choose what the outcome is. This is from Dan's dispute resolution proposal that he put forth in a Medium article a while ago. So that's how that will work. Pretty exciting. So we'll ratify that hopefully and maybe test this process, which would be great to find a reason to test it that isn't deliberately punitive to try to like kick people out for fun, right? It's not fun, but at least we can try it. So this will be cool. So that's that. What else? The other thing that I'll throw out here, so part of my big pitch and what I've mentioned a few times is this Independent National Convention. It's at the end of this month. There's an opportunity. So what this is, it's the coalescing moment of all non-two-party groups throughout the United States to come together under one kind of banner, organize as this independent movement to basically break away from the two-party system, which anyone in here who's familiar with More Equal Animals, which is what this whole community is predicated upon, that is deliberately breaking away from a two-party system and introducing this idea of independence and so that's huge. And what we can do is Eden. So any delegate, level 1 or chief delegate who would like to pool funds, I'm taking my first month's distribution with anyone else who'd like to pool to hopefully raise $10,000 to become an official sponsor. Eden and EOS can be an official sponsor of that. So even though I'll have a chance to speak on the main stage, I think it's important that we try to also put our sticker on the flag and people. So it's not just that I'm speaking, but we actually have a logo. It's great for EOS. Keep it like another thing I'd like to see what might happen is we will create an instance of Eden deliberately for this movement. So all of these independents will need to create an EOS account. That's great for EOS. And then use the tool that would be a custom built version of Eden for this movement. That could be hundreds of thousands. If this is, I mean, if we talk great potentialities, we know there's a lot of independents out there. If they can get under this kind of banner and want to test this process on a blockchain, which is hopefully the future of voting, do it on EOS. So this is awesome for EOS. There is a request. I'm going to kind of maybe nudge and we can all maybe and see if the ENF is thinking that they might want to support this. And maybe it's just through a top-up. Eden could stand to have a top-up of funds. Maybe we ask the ENF, and I've talked about this already, but ask for a top-up of funds. And then some of those funds filter into chief delegates and level 1 delegates to then become a sponsor. So it's not that the network has to sponsor this and become a sponsor, but Eden can. Obviously highlighting that EOS is a huge part of that. And we can attach the EOS blockchain, this come from behind community, sticking it to the man, coming together against all odds. That's exactly what the independent movement is all about. It's a match made in heaven between a blockchain community and an actual independent movement community throughout the US. So anybody who wants to support that and try to collect funds to get to the 10 grand level, that would be amazing. And I'll stop there for now.
So, Lovejoy, as the ENF representative on the call, how much extra money will you guys be I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Do we have Alex on the call from HyperDAO? It would be great to hear from you, Alex, just to learn a bit more about what HyperDAO is. There you are. Fabulous.
Sure. Sure. So, hi everyone. So I'm one of the co-founder of HIFA. We've started in 2019, developing the tools for ourselves first, because we have been operating using our technology for the last 4 years. And then we saw that we were ready to go to market and to propose the tool to other organizations. That's where we started discussing with ENF, and we got the grant. I think you're all aware of the recent announcement that has been made around making the HiFi-DAO compatible with EOS. So we'll be deploying our technology on the EOS chain throughout this project. Part of the project, we have also agreed to activate what we call an ecosystem for Eden. So the way it works is that we have agreed to activate an anchor DAO. So that's the mothership, if you like, of the ecosystem, plus 4 DAOs to start with. But we can, of course, add more DAOs as the community grows and depending on your needs and requirements. And the way it works is that the anchor DAO is the one which is able to create more DAOs in the ecosystem and to grow the ecosystem. An anchor DAO will be a place where different circles indeed will be collaborating with each other. So the entire idea is that we are creating an ecosystem where there's a strong level of collaboration, you know, a strong shared purpose to make sure that the community grows and, of course, realizes what it needs to achieve. So inside the Anchor DAO, you will be able to create circles, different circles. So I've heard a lot of discussions regarding, you know, Eden Fractal, Eden.org, etc. So we'll really work with you to understand better the context and the needs, you know, around your entire ecosystem, so that we can map it out in our solution. The benefit of the HiFi-DAO is that it will allow you to you know, make many decisions, to have a role, to as rightly said, to focus on contribution accounting, so that all the contributions can be rewarded in the form of tokens, in the form of you know, recognition of certain functions through badges and roles and assignments. So there's a lot to explore together. We don't need to implement, of course, all the features at once, and we will be guiding you through the process, you know, to make sure that it's as beneficial as it can be. What we also intend to do is to include, you know, to have a specific instance, as Chris just said, for Eden-on-EOS, where we will integrate, you know, with the smart contracts that you have currently, so that we can really design this instance to your needs. And also what we are anticipating is to include the democratic process, you know, election process as a new type of proposal, so that other organizations can use the same process, if you like, for their own needs. So that's also on the milestone work. We're talking about milestone 4. We have 7 milestones in total in the ENF grant roadmap. So milestone 4 will be released approximately Q2 2023. So a few months away, but we want to start the work and understanding really the requirements from now. So we've started, you know, to talk about the requirements and to talk with some of you. But the idea is to really get a focus on how to best implement, you know, the HiFi tools so that it can be really beneficial for you. So we'll be organizing, of course, meetings around that. Did I answer to your question? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I guess I have no experience with HiFi-DAO and circles. So when you talk
can you explain how it functions? I guess.
Sure. So the Alpha DAO is you could call it an organization in a box. You know, everything you need to run an organization, to govern an organization, and to bring people together on a common, on a shared purpose. So this group of people will then organize themselves through roles, assignments, quests, you know, different forms of contributions. And what is in the center of our solution is the contribution accounting, meaning that there is recognition of each contribution in a forms of tokens, you know. So it can be, for example, the Eden token, the EOS token. We need to discuss about that. So once this framework, if you like, has been set up, then the idea is to submit proposals for work to be done, for roles, for assignments, different things that will contribute to the growth of the community. And those proposals will be voted on by the different members of the DAO. So that, you know, a lot of work can be, and a lot of initiatives can be shared with the community, with the members of the DAO, and can be pushed forward. So that's really the core of it. So it's a way to, it's an action-driven collaborative place, if you like, where people can come together and decide on the next best steps, you know, the next action. The particularity of what we've built is that we have focused our design on humans. So similarly to, you know, the elections running with small rooms where people exchange and talk with each others, the idea of the Alpha DAO is to really keep the DAO in a human size, you know, so that everybody can know each other's within the construct of the DAO. And that's why we are recommending to fractalize, you know, as soon as the ecosystem grows, by creating new DAOs that are connected with each other. Of course, it's still a domain of collaboration within the ecosystem. And it's not because we create another DAO that it becomes another, you know, another thing in parallel, but more likely a complementary function that will also organize themselves. And what is important to note as well is that the Alpha DAO is created, is organized with an inner brain, if you like, which is the core team. The core team being composed of people working actively, you know, to make things happen. And then you have an outer membrane which welcomes the broader community, you know, the broader Eden community. These people may not have an active role, you know, in the Eden construct, but still are really important to include into the membrane of the DAO, so that they can contribute to the sense making. You know, they can react, they can express their sentiments, etc. So that's also what we can bring. So yeah, it's really this idea of an ecosystem that gets organized to push forward, you know, actions towards the vision, towards the purpose.
Sounds great. Thanks so much, Alex. That sounds great.
No problem.
All right, Javier, are you in the room now? It would be great to hear from you. Fantastic.
Yes, I'm here. Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. If you could give us a few words on what it means to be elected, but also give us the gossip from your group. It looks quite intense. So I'd love to hear what
definitely very tough group. You know, it's a lot of very valuable Eden members in the first round, including 2 former CDs with a lot of great ideas. I'm more of a technical person, and what I can bring to the community is more around developing smart contract changes and infrastructure. And we've been working, running this election, running the infrastructure, learning about the code as much as we can, performing smart contract updates, and I think marketing is extremely important for Eden right now. Getting our membership up higher, getting our participation up higher. For me, this is extremely important. But basically, we still need to keep the lights on with our infrastructure. And basically, it was just talking a bit about, well, you know, if we ratify bylaws, how are we going to implement this code? How are we going to make these changes? Who's going to execute these changes? And we need someone who's actively involved with some of the tech side as well. Super supportive of all the people I spoke to today, and level 2 was also super hard to come to an agreement because we have so many good options and ideas. And you know, one of the things I mentioned was that we really need to get all delegate levels involved and have kind of more communication between chief delegates and level 1 delegates. And hopefully, you know, advancing to the next round doesn't mean that those that voted for me or that were also had some great ideas should continue to participate, right? So definitely want to keep in touch with delegates that voted for me and with their ideas, and try and support them as much as we can. We do have this kind of OpEx thing that's happened, right? So now we're running our own infrastructure. We need to fund it, and I'd like to use my funds to cover some of these OpEx expenses, and hopefully that can help us free up more funds for other people's ideas as well, right? So that's basically kind of what my pitch was. I didn't really prepare much for this, but we've been working on Eden for many months now, and I'm honored and you know, here to collaborate with all of you. So, and please feel free to message me if we haven't met. I'd love to meet everyone, and hopefully we can have a closer collaboration between the different delegate levels as well. So it's really something I look forward to, is maybe once a month we have like a town hall with all delegates and kind of share updates and see where we can collaborate. So you know, very grateful for those who ended up voting for me, and that's not going to go unnoticed, and hopefully we can continue to build together. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. You're going to be an absolutely incredible asset for the Eden Chief Delegates. They now have someone who can do all of the tech work just for free, so that's absolutely great. I'm really joking. So Chris, do you want to give us a quick overview of what happens next? Are we going to elect a head delegate? Does that happen anymore?
Sortition will make that decision for us. So hopefully somebody's uploading Bitcoin block headers for entropy, and we will have a random sortition winner, which is 100% symbolic. We have removed all of the additional perks, which is really just funding that the head chief would receive. There's debate, pros and cons of sortition. And so it is what it is. It's just part of the thing. So really, this is just a conversation for kicks until that happens, which is in like another hour and change. I think it's quite delayed. Yeah, I mean, really the hard work is done. We've the chief delegates are selected, level 1 delegates are selected. Our funding is now fixed as whatever it will be, and we'll find that out soon enough. And then the rest is just kind of symbolic in terms of sortition selecting the Satoshi or head chief.
So that will happen around 6 o'clock GMT +1, I believe. So in about 90 minutes time. To the tech people, is the sortition in hand? I assume that's Javier and Edgar. In fact, Edgar, do you want to come and say a few words, or Javier?
So there's been a Bitcoin block header already seeded into the smart contract. We can still submit new block headers, but that block header with the highest entropy is going to trump the other ones. So we can continue to push those block headers in to contribute to entropy, but that's already been executed. So it's just a matter of letting the smart contract do its thing.
Fantastic. Everything's working
Maybe
very well.
We could shorten. This might be a good one of those small tech, if there's just a timer, maybe this is one of those things we can make this like an hour-long post-election conversation versus 2 hours.
If maybe the chief delegates can tackle that in their first meeting. It's not something we can do now, is it? We can't shorten it now, I assume.
No, but definitely wanted to reduce the number of smart contract changes before the election. And now that we've gotten a full 3 months before the next election, we've got time to consider and plan what changes the CDs approve and make some changes to smart contract and test those out fully before the next election. So looking forward to coming up with a bit of a backlog for development and prioritizing those things which we feel are more valuable to the community, and definitely we'll be working alongside the team. One thing I do want to communicate as well to everyone is that, you know, we're currently assigned as the tech team behind Eden, but we feel that if we want to make this as anti-fragile as possible, we need to have as many teams understand the smart contract, understand the code reviewing, or we're pitching in different aspects. So we're 100% open to collaborating with other teams, teaching people about Eden, writing documentation, knowledge sharing in general. I think is going to make a more resilient community. So we definitely don't want to be, you know, the only option to make things happen on Eden. And we're here to empower any team interested in learning about the technology. And I think that's just going to make for a more anti-fragile community in the long run. So part of our mission is also empowering new teams with the technical abilities and capacity to contribute. And I think that should be an objective, and you know, expanding documentation and sharing the lessons, the many lessons that we've learned. You know, we've had to figure out a lot of these things on our own. Running the election is always a little bit nerve-wracking, and make sure everything goes okay. You know, election page is not loading. That's one thing we're going to look into now. Make sure we can have as much technical expertise and share that knowledge, and open the doors for any other tech teams that want to get involved. Please don't feel dissuaded because there's already someone doing it. Doesn't mean we can't get more people involved.
Do you think perhaps then one of the advantages of you becoming a chief delegate is that we can offer more education, you know, whether it's tech education or smart contract education or just general engineering? Is there a way Eden could train more people? Is that something we could do you think?
Well, we currently are working on a project for Eden called the Eden Spend Explorer. It's an accounting standard for delegates that'll track all our income and withdrawals. And then we can classify expenses so that we can build reports as to where the money is going. The way we're building this right now is with a team of interns from a technical university in Costa Rica. And we're coming up with a program to train them on Antelope EOS.io. So one thing we could do is provide like a training process, which we're working on. We have some developer guidelines we've worked on for some time. And I think that definitely we can leverage Eden and the funds that Eden has, not just to build stuff, but in the process, bring in new developers and teach them how to do this. So we kind of can have that as a, you know, what we call collateral goodness. And we've tried to identify a lot of those things where we, for example, are building out the Eden proxy with Han, and Han needed a UI, and we're like, well, let's keep the UI very consistent with the Eden UI, and we came together with an Eden UI kit. So any teams that want to build on Eden can now you recycle a bunch of React components and kind of keep the same look and feel. So we definitely want to make it easier to build on Eden and teach people, and I think we can build stuff, and in the process, we can teach people to build. So I think that's kind of what the idea is.
That's super exciting. Really, really excited to have you as a chief delegate. That's a much needed add-on. So I wonder, is Felix about? Wanted to bring Felix in to say a few words. I think he was in your group, wasn't he, Javier? So I want to hear what went down. So Felix, tell us all about your experience today.
Hey guys, thanks, Michael. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, Xavier and I, we went down. We had a split vote, but you know, I'm usually at that point. It could go either way. So I'm glad Xavier is going to represent as a chief delegate on the Adenia side. My whole main thing was just to get the Eden community involved in weekly participation. So we have the Eden Fractal every Wednesday. Ideally, I think it would make sense if we can have several dates where basically you just have to show up once a week to be able to capture like, hey, I'm showing up as a community member And, I think these metrics help as we continue to move along through every single election term, because, as we get more money, the price of EOS goes up, more people are going to want to come. And it's good to have these metrics to be able to point to show, your level of commitment to Eden through your weekly participation and contributions. So those are some things that we talked about. And, Xavier brought up the idea of having delegates meet at least maybe once a month, which I think that sounds like a really great initiative that I think we should do, as all delegates have like a delegate call, giving updates, just really starting to get more in sync as a community and being really engaged, every single week, bi-weekly, monthly, at least, as a full community. But yeah, I'm super glad for Xavier, and congrats to him and all the chief delegates that made it. And I think we're moving forward in the right direction. Big shout out to Chris Barnes, Waxa, and Bywire for putting up that the new website, the Eden-on-EOS.com. I think that's an awesome landing page. That's like, I feel like we're close. We're starting to get the structures in place to be able to start to open the doors to really start to hit metrics where we can set up, hey guys, let's double participation, let's open the doors, let's get more people coming, because now we have the structures in place to kind of keep people with retention in mind. So yeah, great experience though. I also had Alex in my first room from the Haifa team, so it was awesome to be able to hear a little bit more insight from that, and looking forward to seeing how that gets integrated with Eden. And yeah, we just basically integrate all these features of Eden fractally. The Eden fractal, to me, I see that as a feature of Eden. So now it's just tying it all together, getting us stronger as a community so we can all move together and continue to grow. So yeah, thank you for bringing me on, Michael.
It's always a pleasure, Felix, and congrats at how far you got in the election. Is Patrick around? I know you wanted to make an announcement.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, and thank you everyone to be here into this Eden election. That was very smooth, not too much troubles. We were able to vote. So I have just to announce that I will interview again, like I did on the last Eden election. I will interview Chris, Waxa, and Reiki. I am waiting for a confirmation, but I will interview the chief delegates, as I do since a couple of Eden election. And basically, I was with, I want also to add, I was into the second round with Jesse Jaffe into my room with Gabriel Shaw and Vlad. What a room. And I am very happy that Jesse is elected. I was advocating for Eden Fractal. That's how it is important to have Eden Fractal as a circle platform that helps to grow Eden-on-EOS, to go also more fractal, more fragmented. Don't be focused just on Fractally LLC and Daniel Larimer, but take in mind that we have to be more fractal for sure. And Jesse is taking that into account. Gabriel Shaw, shout out to him also. He was advocating to have more clarity on the website and to be more organized. So that will be a good collaboration with Jesse. And Vlad also is it to Eden Fractal. He will contribute with the tooling, and myself for sure, I will continue to collaborate with everyone that I see there is something to do together. So I am very happy of this Eden election today. That's just a yeah baby moment. That was, for me so far, that's the better Eden election that we had until now. And because we are into right momentum, and shout out to Chris Barnes also for the new website and all what you are doing, man, just fantastic. And I am proud to be an Eden member delegate level 1 again. And yeah, and IFA shout out. We have something great on the into the pipeline. I'm very happy. Respect everyone, and to be here, it's means a lot today. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. I was going to ask Lovejoy to speak, but I think Ree's got his hand up. So Ree, if you want to jump in, it's all yours.
Sure. Thanks, Michael. What I really just wanted to ask is if anyone's done any thinking or put up any papers or written down any diagrams or anything like that related to governance and how you see Eden governance potentially evolving, how it is right now, what challenges you see, or anything like that. So if anyone has thoughts that they've put into how governance in Eden might be more, effective, joyful, whatever your best, right? Please send them to me in Telegram. So I just put in my Telegram address, Seeds Alchemist, because that'll be what I'm really trying to accomplish here, is not a top-down vision of how governance here be, but more of a bottom-up community-generated vision and seeing what we could create. And I can only do that if I'm getting that insight from the community. So if you guys have any opinions, insights, whatever you can, please send it my way. And one of my outputs here would be to create a video, a fairly short one, going over Eden governance, kind of a orientation tutorial for new people joining the Eden process to understand how this works, what's the impact, what we're trying to accomplish. And again, in order for me to make that, I need to have a deeper understanding of what that actually is from the community. So please send me stuff regarding that so I can synchronize it. That's it.
Absolutely. Well said. Okay, that sounds great. Everyone send stuff to Ree. So Perry, you've got your hand up. Feel free. Forum is yours.
Thank you, Michael. My question is directed to Alex and Rai, I believe is the pronunciation. What facilities are there for custodying secrets, or let's say more specifically, custody of social media accounts? So I think it's a step that we should begin as a group working towards, is group custody of, let's say, our Telegram accounts, the main Telegram, EOS Telegram, or relevant Twitter accounts. Excuse me for that. That's a phone call. So that is my question. I'm curious to know if there are ways that the software can manage those secrets, so that the group as a whole can manage those accounts. Because as we all know, there is censorship occurring on that, and it's not always, I mean, there are people in this group, I would say, at least for myself, that is censored on the main EOS Telegram channel for, in fact, supporting views that are in line with what is now Fractally and Dan Larimer. And I think having at least known who owns those channels, who control those channels, and having them attached to some kind of election would be desirable. So sure. If you've got any comments on that, I'd be very interested. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the what we can do is going to vary from the how we do it. The how we do it will be hopefully inspired by all the stuff you guys send me. So the what we can do is issue a badge. And Max Gravett, which some of you may know, he's been working on this document graph, which can encrypt secrets. So what you can literally do then is have a governance process with a -DAO, vote for a person to have a badge that says Discord moderator. And once they get this badge, they actually can then go decrypt the secret, which would in this case be a password to the email that's controlling the Discord, and giving them access to be a moderator of that. So there's still some human elements because the human has to change the password and de-encrypt it, right? So there needs to be some level of trust, of course, before we vote in moderators. But then we can still use a governance process. What that governance process is, I don't know. Do we use Fractally and pick all of our moderators for all of our social media channels, or do chief delegates, have the authority to assign who is moderators to what channels? So that way, when we vote in chief delegates with a particular vision, maybe they can change the social media, who's moderating those to enact the vision and the will of the community, right? That's kind of the general idea here. So we've been working on pieces for this for years. A lot of them ready, some of them to test out with the community now. But of course, this process is meant to evolve as we decide how we want to govern these tools. So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much. And as a follow-up, if you happen to have any help pages that have more detail that we could reference in the future, that would be great. I don't know if that's the case, but if you do, that if you could drop those in the chat, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And feel free also to come to the Haifa DAO Discord. And I can share that in the Eden Telegram group and just ping Max directly and collaborate with him on that. He's always looking for people to create with. It's a cool tool set. He's got lots of videos on the whole document graph and what he's created. And I think it's really powerful. A second order effect is it's kind of a scaling for any layer one. So this is kind of a sneaky way we can actually connect with other layer one ecosystems and attract them over to EOS, where transactions are instant and free, away from all the other layer ones that are charging fees. So it's a way of scaling EOS into other existing DAOs by offering a better tool set and then just saying, hey, do you want to pay fees for transactions or not? Then the obvious choice, right? So anyway, there's a whole rabbit hole there, and I definitely inspire anyone who's interested in that sort of thing and understanding this document graph that I've just alluded to come over to the Haifa Discord and ping Max.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll bring in Lovejoy if you're up for it. Eden Fractal, existential crisis or existential risk to Eden, discuss.
Well, can you all hear me? First, I just wanted to say I am extremely confident in this group of chief delegates. So I think we're in good hands. And then all the level 1 delegates, I hope everyone can step up and work on more regular engagement. I think we've been trying to get there for a long time, and this may be the moment for all of us to kind of gel. I am neither a chief delegate nor a level 1 delegate, but yeah, and I don't know. I mean, Jesse, who is Jesse still with us? Oh yeah, Jesse's on the call. So Jesse has some sort of coherent, clear vision for Fractally, or the Eden Fractal kind of merging, melding, playing a certain specific role within the larger Eden governance process that we've been iterating upon. So I'd be curious to hear more about that as kind of a rebuttal to the concerns I was raising earlier when you weren't even here, Jesse.
What concerns were those?
We were just kind of, I was just, oh God, how do I summarize that? Yeah, I guess I'm pro, like I've long been pro bringing in other tools and teams. Like I was very pro Haifa, very pro merging a lot of different elements where they make sense. I've gotten this kind of vibe from the Fractal group, like it's like a us versus them kind of thing, like the model is superior or something, and so ultimately it's just presumed that we'll move to that for for whatever, and whereas I'm more of like a take a little here, take a little there kind of person. So I was just kind of like bringing that up so we could talk about it and clear the air in case there was any that was floating around. Yeah, take it away and tell us your vision for why I'm not right. I want to be wrong. I want everyone to like cohabitate, and for this to be like the best of all worlds kind of amalgam, essentially, that is also not like just death by committee, so I think we have all the tools to do that. So I'm curious for what your vision is for how Eden Fractal and considering the tools that Haifa is bringing in, and we have a lot to talk about how to like bring the best of all worlds together into a coherent package instead of like just random subsets of tools and groups splintered off everywhere. We need to make this really as coherent as possible. So
well, first I want to distinguish between Fractally LLC and the founders of Eden Fractal. The founders of Eden Fractal are very much not us versus them. And I do think that, just as you described, Lovejoy, we're taking a little bit from the Fractally process and we're using it in Eden. We're taking a little bit from Haifa and we're using it in Eden. So I think this is actually how it's going. And so my vision, I always try to think like that as well. I like to use different tools to build one service or one coherent plan. And I've been participating in the Eden Fractal. I think very highly of it. And I would disagree a little bit with what you're saying about and I've heard this, actually, I heard it in my round one as well. So there's this idea of a lack of participation in level 1 delegates. The Eden Fractal is encouraging at least some level 1 delegates to participate. And I'm there and I've seen it. Yes, not all of them are, but I think that they're making great progress in that arena. And I think that it is the most attractive way to spend your time as a level 1 delegate, because there's at least a little bit of funding there. And I think that if we can get like a little bit more, that threshold of, okay, I'll spend an hour and I'll earn this much. I think that needs to increase a little bit in the Eden Fractal. It's part of the reason why I'm going to be donating some of my funds to make that inclusion a little bit more attractive. But the grander, so I have this, I've been thinking really a lot in the background about where Eden should be going. And what is the biggest problem of Eden? We have a decreasing election participation rate, and we have a decreasing member rate. And so there's some value that we have here that the broader world or crypto community, they're not seeing it. And we all see it, but we need to get it out there. And I think the most simple way to get that out there is through crypto networking. And so this is what we're doing. You call it, friendship, but the more formal term is networking. And so if we can successfully market what we're doing, or at least part of what we're doing, as crypto networking, then we could potentially attract new people from other ecosystems. They can get paid to network. I've done market research on the networking space, and this is going to be a unique value prop in the networking space. Get paid to network. That's what the Eden Fractal allows. And then from there, if people are interested in that, then they will be groomed to become what we are, active election participants. And so this plan is going to take multiple terms, but on this term, I guess my deliverable will be essentially sales data is what that's going to be. And how is it going? When we go out there, what people are we bringing in? How are they doing in Eden Fractal? Are they actually becoming Eden members? And I think this is the way to go. And then long term, once we get there's 400 members in the Telegram group. If we can get to, I think a good goal is to get to 400 election participants, 400 to 500. Once we're there, I think that is the appropriate scale to start investing in business development resources for an identity as a service solution. And so in entrepreneurship, you need to identify a problem. So I just mentioned, what's the problem of Eden? Decreasing election participation. What's another problem out there? These crypto games have a bot problem, and Eden can help solve that. And this is much longer term. And so these are the problems that I see that we are uniquely capable of addressing. And once, if we're able to make deals with these crypto games, that could even be a potential revenue source, or even if not, we just let them plug in. Maybe there's an Eden API that they can plug into and offer extra incentives for Eden members for their games. This is going to, even if we don't charge a fee for that, it's going to organically grow our membership. So that's what I'm really focused on. And I'd like to get the ball rolling on this term. get some really positive sales data to basically, okay, what are we looking for? We're looking for a proof of concept. Is this, are we seeing maybe like a dozen or 2 dozen people go through this process? This is what I think would be a legitimate achievement for the next 3 months, maybe more. So that's just maybe a little long-winded there, but that's my vision.
Cool. Sounds great, Jesse. Really exciting. And it's some much needed marketing is what we need. And you are the marketing guru of EOS. Is Douglas around? I haven't heard from Douglas in a while. It'd be great to get his vibe on everything. Douglas?
I am here. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, so I guess I wanted to, reiterate the same point I've been making since after the first election, and that is, why are we here? And I see this marketing problem, this participation problem as very real. And it's something that I've personally struggled with CXC like since the very beginning. I've been building apps since I was 16, and I immediately discovered that nobody cares about the cool app you just built and put on the internet. So I went to school for business, but I concentrated in marketing. And that didn't help because I'm just not passionate about marketing, but I have learned a lot of the spirit behind it. So what I think that we really need to better understand the problem, the complexity of the problem of why people aren't engaging and why the numbers are going down, is that we don't feel that we want to embody the spirit of Eden, because that spirit is only defined in one line of to create value for EOS. So if that's all that's written on the document, and the document is what is us, these bylaws, we're not going to get people to gravitate towards us or to keep revolving around this thing. So I put out this document with my sort of suggestions, and if I was elected CD, I was going to pitch it to the CD with a clearer vision statement. I've adjusted the foundation to be in line with Dan Larimer's vision, as well as there's pillars, which are the actual things that we're doing. And to me, on my sort of system design perspective, this is a reference point for us to look back and say, are we going in the right direction? Is this person, is he fulfilling one of these pillars of Eden, which we've agreed upon? And then each month, we have the opportunity to adjust these pillars and adjust what we stand for. So in my own sort of fractal organizations, my own DAOs that I've been more planning than doing, I finally arrived upon that one metric of how do we judge contributions, is how did you embody the spirit of Eden in the past week? And maybe this applies more to like the Fractally, where you're actually showing your contributions. But yeah, like I think that once we can better have a picture that people gravitate towards, because like we see the picture, right? We do, but it's not in the document. We can't, like, I'm almost afraid to go too deep into saying what we do, because I don't have a reference besides create value from EOS that's in an actual founding document. So yeah, I guess I kind of went off on my own sort of tangent, but I think the election went really great. I was super grateful to be in the rooms with everybody I was, to share Chuck McDonald's concerns from one of my groups. He was interested in to see how we could connect the Eden Fractal. And he proposed like having the CDs being the final signers on the treasury. So I'm curious to see how these will develop, as well as I'm a huge fan of Haifa, and I shared the link there for anybody who wants to learn more about how that actually works. So I'm very excited for our growth and these little fractal arms that are reaching out. And I look forward to them coming together. And I hope that we can align the spirit to be as good as these technical skeletons, which all the talented people in these groups, Javier included, which I did change my vote and vote for him. Yeah, I'm very optimistic and grateful to be here. And thank you for the chance to talk.
Here, Douglas, very well said. Okay, so I'm going to bring in Dan Singjoy. So Dan, describe in Eden in less than 5 words. Go.
Sure. Thank you, Michael. Also, thank you, Douglas, too. Those are great words. Eden is helping people cooperate.
Boom. Just nailed it. Do you want to go into, you can feel free to go into a little bit more depth. So what do you think then Eden is or could be? There's been some good discussions. Rai mentioned, what if Eden was a process for groups to literally create their own ideas of Eden, e.g. network states? What is our attractor?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Lovejoy, in the comments too. I've been thinking about that as much as possible. I do think it's important that we can summarize what Eden does succinctly. So I think another way to summarize it is also empowering communities. And that's also important. We want communities with more power and individuals with more power, and to be able to do the things that they love and they want and that people need. You know, I'm really excited about how the Eden process can give people more independence and power to get things they need, and then like do things that they love. I feel like I just put that in different words and kind of repeated it, but like I'm envisioning that this Eden process and these Eden processes that we have can greatly empower musicians and artists and scientists and doctors and all sorts of people who are doing helpful things for the world, to enable people to cooperate and coordinate far better than ever before too. And I think we're already seeing the beginning of that. So I'm really excited about it. And what Ricky wrote, what if Eden was a process for groups to literally create their own ideas of Eden, e.g. network states? Yeah. So I'm also a big fan of the network state. I was just listening to a 4-hour podcast with Balaji Srinivasan yesterday. He's an amazing thinker. He wrote the book, The Network State. I recommend everybody read it and study it, because it has a lot of commonality and a lot of really thoughtful and inspiring and helpful ideas that are helpful for the Eden community. So yeah, I think this is a process that can be used. He kind of separates into like startup society first, you start up a startup society, and then there's like a startup archipelago, and then it goes into a network union, network state. He has it defined in a couple different ways. So network state is like a potential long-term vision of how a community like Eden and a community like EOS can become self-sovereign and be able to really empower people, like kind of on the same state as or on the same level as a state, as a nation state, but doing it in such a more peaceful and helpful and enjoyable way, and with so many benefits. So it can certainly have that potential in the long term, and then in the short term too. I think that all sorts of communities can use this process to help each other and help what they want. Like one example that I'm really inspired by is the Alien Worlds Fractal, which is using an Eden software, the Eden Fractal software, the Fractally software, or something similar to it. Basically, people who are playing a game together, who love the Alien Worlds game, and there's all these cool, like fun things about it and cool communities coming around it. So any community that loves a game like that can start up some sort of Eden process, some sort of Eden instantiation, and empower their communities and help people cooperate for mutual benefit and for shared goals. And then to briefly respond to what Lovejoy was saying before, I'm happy to go into more detail about it, but I do think that all these processes together, the Eden election process, the Eden Fractal process, Haifa, like there's a lot of amazing tools and many more than that too, but all these tools can work together. And the more that we can use these tools to work together and help the community cooperate and empower both the Eden community and all communities, the better. And Eden's awesome because there's so many people working together with great skill sets and great competencies and knowledge of different tools, so we can bring together the best of all what we can bring, different tools and different knowledge and different passions and so forth, and use it to help each other, and then use it to set an example and build tools that empower all communities all around the world for all sorts of helpful purposes.
Right on.
Thanks.
That's incredible, like Dancing Joy is speaking. He's able to speak at 500 milliseconds. Sometimes he's not able to speak more than 5 words. So I'm just impressed. Congrats.
Thank you, Patrick. Much appreciated. I'm very impressed with you too. We've been doing awesome work together. You've been doing awesome stuff, Patrick. So thank you so much. And yeah, thank you, Lovejoy, of course, too. I'm so respectful of your work, and Michael and all the chief delegates. I didn't get a chance, but I wanted to congratulate all the chief delegates, all the delegates, everybody for participating today, everybody for doing great work in general in the community. So yeah, congratulations, Waxa. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Oh, also a couple things that I want to say too. Andrew said before about like places where people can interact, and yeah, so I invite everybody to join the Eden Fractal on every Wednesday at 13 UTC. Great way to meet people. Also, Eden Town Hall is every Sunday at 16 UTC. Patrick and I just did the first video episode. You can check it out on the Eden Creators channel, but we'll be doing these continually every Sunday at 16 UTC, and that's kind of more of an open forum where people can discuss all sorts of different things. Whereas Eden Fractal, we have some discussions about all sorts of different things, but it's also, breaking down the breakout rooms. And in addition to, Waxa hosts the Helios Twitter Spaces every Friday at 17 UTC. I join these, Chris joins these, and a bunch of people join them. We talk about all sorts of cool things going on in the Antelope and EOS IO space, but a lot of it, probably, I don't know, maybe half of it or so, we wind up talking about Eden. So Waxa does an awesome job of that, and I'm especially looking forward to hearing and participating in these, as Waxa is now a chief delegate along with Chris too. So I encourage everybody to join all these meetings to interact more with the community, and I'll be at a bunch of them too. Josh is also hosting meetings every weekday 18 UTC on gofractally.com too. We're talking about more equal animals and fractal governance and so forth too. So lots of opportunities to interact, and I encourage everybody to join. And yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any questions, and I hope to see you all there and so forth. Thanks.
Well said. Is Mark around from Tippett? Mark? Mark's obviously worked with Jesse from ESBs, and these guys have done phenomenal work. So I just wondered, could you tell us a bit about Tippett and what the future plans are, and maybe how it could work with Eden in the future? That'd be really cool.
Yeah, this is Mark Stair from Tippett.io and the Tippett bots. We are what we call a social wallet that works across all the Antelope chains and supports various social media platforms to bring more people into crypto, EOS, Telos, and Wax. So we support Discord was the first one. We added Telegram and Twitter. The other thing we've done on Twitter is called campaigns, which is what the EOSBs use for the payouts for the bees. Recently, Twitter has shut down our normal interacting bot. Luckily, we designed the campaigns to be separate from that, so it doesn't require the interaction on Twitter. And no response from Twitter to get that back up and going. So one thing I'd like to just talk about real quick is that the thing going on with Twitter, they could just shut you down. The stuff going on with PayPal, where they could decide if you're doing some misinformation decided by some entity. We really need to move to Web3 and own your own data as quickly as possible for the future of humanity. Actually, I think it's that important. And what we're doing now, I think, is not necessarily the end game of these type things. What we're doing now is rapid experimentation, and that's how we should look at these things. Hypha, we've been supporting Hypha seeds token forever. The Eden process, the Fractally process, the alien worlds, using these kind of tools and stuff like that to determine which kind of governance processes will work for the people. And if we need to drop some of these or merge some of them, like bring in, I love to see Reiki and involved in this process now to try and bring in those ideas. Let's be willing to rapidly experiment, drop things and bring things or merge things together, and let's find out how to make this whole thing work in the long run. I think it's really critical for our civilization. Just another side note, people talk about artificial intelligence coming, and people think it's going to be this bot that has this artificial intelligence we're going to go after, but we're already in a collective artificial intelligence that is causing harm on humanity. And you could see this happening with the PayPals and Twitters and things like that. So it's not that we need to stop that, but we need to bring the we need to bring better processes into what we have. Web3 looks like the best promise of that, but we don't have a lot going on in EOS. So I think we really need to push that hard and continue these governance processes. And just another note, I'm looking forward to what Chris talked about for this independent governance thing, and Tippett can help in that process, provide an account for donations and things like that, which we call buckets, and we'll work on that together if you want to. Thanks everyone. I love working with all these thought leaders, the amount of talent that come into play in the Eden, Fractally, and things like that is amazing. We could do it.
Absolutely, very well said. Is the new legend around? I know you've been doing incredible work with Eden, and I just wanted to firstly thank you, also bring you on, and if you want to say a few words, introduce yourself. Yeah, why don't you explain what you've been doing for us over the last few weeks, because it's been phenomenal.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
I think there's some delay, but yeah, first of all, congratulations to all the series, the delegates, and all of those who participated and opted in. So the last week I was basically having fun tracking all the people who are opting in for the election. So I was having fun with that, and seeing people join in at the last moment. And yes, it's been fun, and so many new members in the sense people who haven't participated in the previous election have participated in this one. So yes, I was doing that the last week, trying different things to visualize that data, the election participation data. So I found the Google Sites thing at the last moment. So it was really cool. But if I found that a week earlier, maybe it was more fun. And I joined Eden, around the time of last election. So 1 week before the last election, I joined Eden, and I joined the election, but then I had no idea what to expect and no idea what to do there. So I just joined in and vote. But this time I actually had something to propose for Eden. It was, what I proposed was an Eden members directory, a place where we can update our information. So it's Eden members only, exclusive directory sort of website sort of things. So then when we are inducted, we are giving the social handles, the Telegram and stuff, then those are in the community website, but we cannot edit that. And I know that the Clarion team or the Fractal team had some plans to implement that feature to edit the profile, but shit happens. So I think maybe we can, maybe not directly build it on the contract, but take it as a layer. So I had actually prepared some Figma documents for that, and I dropped it in the chat, so maybe you guys can take a look. So it's like Chris Barnes has built another website, so there we can have a place for Eden members to update their info, like maybe for an email, or maybe just update the bio. Because when I joined Eden, I had put in like I'm a moderator at BBS, but maybe after a year or 6 months I won't be a moderator, so it's there forever. I have no way to edit that. So that was kind of my proposal. And I don't know, I heard a lot of talk about in Fractal, and I also have so many confusion about that and stuff. But in this election, in my room, I got 2 people whom I already met in Fractal. So I know it was very comfortable for me because I know those people. I've been seeing them, and it was a lot easier for us to reach consensus. So maybe that's a value proposition for in Fractal. Eden members are meeting each week. We are getting to know each other, and not just the Telegram names. Or then we are meeting and greeting. We are getting to know the people and I have done a lot of work, collaborations with Eden members. So joining in was a big leap of faith kind of thing for me. I didn't know what Eden was. I do know a lot better now. I've been reading the past conversations in the Telegram group and talking with other members. So yeah, it's confusing but it's also great. So yeah, I'm sticking around. See you all here.
Thanks so much. Well, I'm glad you found out what it was and you didn't run away. So that's brilliant. And very well said. You're an absolutely massive asset to the community. So thank you for joining and you do great work. I want to bring in Han if he's around, just to maybe speak a little bit about your term over the last 12 weeks, My Vote EOS, and just generally the Korean Eden as well. That'd be great.
Hey, yeah, thank you. Yeah. In the previous 3 months, I've been focusing on building an Eden Smart Proxy, which UX, UI, wireframe. I think I can share it with you if you can open it, but you cannot open it at the moment. But then anyway, it's going to be released on next Monday, Tuesday, early next week, and then this purpose is basically to empower Eden community. So right now there's only Eden-on-EOS, Genesis Eden group, and also maybe Respect Fractal, which is run by EOS support, if I'm getting it correct. But it begins with the Eden-on-EOS, and then I'm planning to expanding so that the proxy will also apply as Korean and Chinese Eden communities launches. So basically, how I been envisioning it should be was basically these idle token not casting votes sitting on Korean exchanges should be delegated to Eden proxy, which is casting votes in accordance with what Eden delegates and members will say about the BPs. So once it is launched, and then depending on what kind of exchanges or other, like, who knows which whales will delegate their voting power to this proxy, Eden will literally have enough power to have a say on actual decision-making power, which is held on top 21 BPs. So I think, the My Vote EOS and what I've been trying to achieve with the Eden proxy is very important in the long haul outlook of EOS as a blockchain. And My Vote EOS, actually, when I first came up with this idea of My Vote EOS initiative, I thought it was going to be a proxy itself, but then it being a proxy itself could be politically a little sensitive. So I thought instead of it being controlled by me as an initiator or somebody else, I think it is not a way to go. So I think it is most organic and natural to Eden be the proxy who will actually cast the votes, only taking the reference from the My Vote EOS whitelist. So what I'm saying here is My Vote EOS is just playing a role as whitelist. As a self-regulatory body, it's gonna only whitelist those BPs who answer only 3 simple yes/no questions. Do you pay for the votes? Yes or no? No. And then you are eligible. Do you operate a second BP? Yes or no? No, and you are eligible. And do you agree to provide a financials and operations report? Yes or no? And then if you say yes, you are eligible. So Eden proxy will only cast the votes only among those BPs, listed the BPs that are whitelisted by my EOS. So I think, and then how the voting should be weighted when Eden members will cast votes. So if you are just member, you just, for example, you just get the voting rate of 1. And then if you advance as a level 1 delegates, your say will be weighted by the multiplier of the number of the people you were supported by in the previous round. So if you go to the second round and third round, your voting rate will be all the sum of all the supporters you got through the first round and the second round. So that's how it's going to be weighted. And then if there's going to be other Edens, so Korean Eden community is, there's going to be test election. I think it's going to be end of October or November. And the community will be launching soon. And then as the Korean community grows, and then I know that there's a Chinese Eden also is trying to do something soon. And then these guys will have, I believe that these guys also have to have a say. So how their voice will be weighted, I think we can weight each of the Eden communities by their size of the members. So I think it's most appropriate way to reflect the influence of members in democratic way. And in this way, Eden at the moment is, it's under the mercy of ENF, and ENF has been only supporting the Eden so far. And then I think what we are doing here is very much in line with, what EOS current EOS narrative is moving forward, because it's actually independence and it's actually reclaiming its power back to the community. So we really need to empower Eden, and I'm very confident with all the CDs that are elected in this round for the first time, and I'm happy. And we have many new faces, and we also have Chris, who has been recognized with achievements so far. So we have a good mix of old and new. So let's keep the ball rolling, and I'm excited to see what unfolds in front of our eyes. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome, very well said. Wow. Okay, so I think I'm just going to open the floor now. Yeah, free open debate. Everyone can discuss what they want. So I think Sinjoy's got his hand up. So off you go, young man.
Oh, that was just a clap. It was a clapping emoji for Han. There's two hands up high.
Dan, does the Eden Fractal have a Twitter page?
Yes.
What is it? What's the handle?
It's Eden Fractal.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so a couple things. I reached out to Eve to see if we can get another meeting with him, and he said not this coming week, but the week after. So what there's a few things we need to do. The last set of chief delegates we were hoping, well, first of all, we were hoping to have a one-on-one with Eve directly. And the new set, we should have a one-on-one with Eve. So I guess this is a question, I'll throw it out there. Do we have like this monster group call, or does that cloud it too much? I don't know. And there also, we should have maybe a handover call between current CDs and past CDs, like the most immediate past. That's something that would also maybe be like a fun live stream type of event. Feedback on that? Any thoughts on how we should best approach kind of this handover and these additional meetings?
I think that it should be what you call a monster call with the previous and current with Eve, and then an additional call with the same participants minus Eve. In my opinion, that's how it should go.
So maybe we do the one minus Eve first, because that will be, we can do that next week, this coming week maybe. And then the Eve one would be the week after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It would also be. Oh,
I was just going to
please,
add,
you
if
want to go first?
we have like the monster call, that we have an agenda set and try and have structured call just to make sure we keep on point. So, you know, if you have a lot of people, we can sidetrack quite easily. So maybe the first call can help us define a good agenda for that call with ease.
Music to my ears, Javier. That means this structured calls are very useful. And speaking of, yeah, I did create a group for us new set of chief delegates. Reiki, I just need you to add me as a contact on Telegram so I can throw you in there. And then we can start figuring out when we want to have our first group call. And I imagine we can do the same type of process where we do a call, we record it, we give that to Michael. He uploads that as the comms media circle lead to the Odyssey channel. I think that's been a pretty good cadence. I've been using the voice, the official voice of the Eden Chief Delegate Twitter, just recently swarmed by Jesse. Awesome. So we can kind of keep that as our primary comms going out if everyone that thinks that's a pretty useful idea. Seems to be working. It's not great. It's not publicized.
Well,
Twitter
we don't really have a choice. I mean, we're going to grow that one. I mean, we don't have a lot of options. So that's the one for sure.
I wondered if the chief delegates have got any ideas on how we can increase viewership of the chief delegate meetings. They've kind of steadily got less and less and less. So I just wondered, is there any kind of ideas you think we might have to make them more interesting, maybe?
We've tried internal fighting already. That didn't seem to work.
So my last term in this first round of chief delegates, I was able to convince the rest of the chiefs to allocate some funding for clips. And I'd like to bring that back. And so I think that is just a really simple way to at least increase viewership of some parts, the most important parts. So I hope the rest of the chiefs are aligned with that.
Makes sense. Yeah, we could do clips. Yeah, just find an efficient way to do it.
The calls run pretty long and they're kind of not very fun to watch. So clips can make them more entertaining, and also the content that's discussed. If we're talking about the things that are most interesting to the community, they'll want to hear about it. They'll want to know. So if we can make sure that we're discussing the most important subjects for the community, then they'll want to watch it. If they're not interested in what we're talking about, then we're going to lower our engagement. So I think just keeping your ear to the ground and what do we need to talk about? What do people want to listen to? And make sure that those topics are discussed on the CD calls. So it's not just what's important to the CDs, it's what's important to our delegates as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to also add, and this is on topic, I promise, but today if I was going to run, if two other people hadn't wanted to run, I was going to promote a free open source encrypted tool called CryptPad that Mo and I have been experimenting with, that is a collaboration suite that's not Google, which is nice, and is really cool. And it has forms, and we've used the forms so far to try and gather, it's just cryptpad.fr, Michael, is the instance that they're running, the hosted version. But yeah, we've been using a form to collect email addresses and other information from Eden members so that it'd be easy to reach people in the future. So back to the topic of engagement with the CDs, I really see an opportunity for the chief delegates to use forms, whether it's CryptPad or whatever, to really kind of keep this two-way dialogue going, which I know several of you have spoken to that intention. Yeah, just to make the chief delegate calls more dynamic and engaging. I mean, in the past we even discussed doing them live. I think we're all just too scared to do that, but like that's always an option too, where you get like those comments and stuff from the community. Anyway, you could make them asynchronously engaging through forums and then use that feedback to inform future conversations, and that might increase viewership or people interested in hearing the discussions that result as a result is from the feedback that the chief delegates receive. So that's all.
Maybe Twitter Spaces would be, that seems to be one of the most useful means of getting in new people and new eyeballs, or new ears in that case. So maybe that's something we consider as chief delegates. We do like a formal recorded meeting, could do that live too, but whatever. But then also try to mix in some Twitter Spaces and like kind of precede the topics. Like, here's what we're going to talk about, to your point, Javier, like things that are important to the community, and kind of get that out there in advance to like advertise the space.
I think going live might actually be a really good idea, because that way people could turn up to the live stream and ask you questions. So you'd have that kind of live engagement rather than just the kind of few days later the video comes out. I think that could be quite compelling. Maybe you could give some pop tokens away for all the attendees.
Yep.
Yes. I completely agree. A couple of things that I'd like to share. One, regarding your question, Chris, about meeting with chief delegates and the ENF too. I don't know if Lovejoy would be interested, but I think it'd also be awesome if Lovejoy wants to participate in any of those meetings as well, in addition to Eve. And perhaps that could also help with the scheduling. Like maybe there could be one meeting with Lovejoy, maybe one with Eve. I'm not trying to schedule anything for Lovejoy here, but Lovejoy is both a representative, did a great job at the ENF, and also a former chief delegate. And it's been awesome to hear from him here. So I think it'd be cool if Lovejoy's interested to do some sort of meeting like that at some point soon. And then about increasing viewership for Eden chief delegate calls. And I think that this is like a microcosm of a much bigger goal as well. We want to increase viewership of chief delegate meetings, and we also want to just increase viewership and attention and engagement and community growth. And one of the ways to do that is to make great content, and that's entertaining and engaging and educational and shares, all the things, or a lot of things that we see about why this Eden process is so important, why this Eden community has so much potential to help people, and all the awesome things that we've seen. Like, we want to get that out more so we can help grow the community and spread the word about these really helpful ideas. This has been one of my main motivations and my main inspirations over the past year and a half, or almost 2 years, since More Equal Animals was released and we first started doing pilot elections with Eden, that I listened to all the videos from the first few pilot elections, and I've consumed. I listened to all the original Eden open mic nights, and I participate in all the Eden town halls. I host them, and the Eden Fractal events, and all these elections and so forth. And we have like an incredible amount of awesome videos, like hundreds and hundreds and thousands of hours of videos that, as I think Michael was saying, or somebody was saying, like, it's tough for people to listen to all this stuff when it's really long form content and to parse through it unless they're really interested in it and they get it already. But there's been so many great moments shared throughout all of these where people, have good times or share really insightful ideas, or, succinctly share a sentence or a paragraph that sounds awesome. And when we can have the ability to clip that and then produce it well, then like that will be profoundly helpful for the community. So that was also one of my main motivations in starting the Eden Fractal too, because I just saw this fractal process as a way to incentivize people to edit videos and create content and so forth, in many other ways too. But people can join the Eden Fractal event, and if people come and they say, oh, I edited this video of the Chief Delegate call, or I edited this video of the 5-hour Eden election call on October 8th, and I took this great clip from X and Y and so forth, then like that is something that I respect a lot and appreciate a lot. So I think that people should be able to earn Eden tokens for that, earn EOS tokens for that, and we can use the EOS blockchain and our consensus mechanisms to incentivize the creation of great clips and great content of all kinds, like writing and images and so forth. And the more that we can also attract creative people and people who have creative skills like filmmaking and making music, like Patrick did or like Chris did, and like I do sometimes, and I'm sure many other people do sometimes too, we can make like clips, video clips, songs, writing, blog, like infographics, all sorts of different things like that. And then that can be really helpful to increase viewership of the Chief Delegate meetings and overall just increase the community and engagement and so forth. And yeah, I'm looking forward to helping out with that a lot. And I think it will do really well soon with that.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk whenever. I'm always available for the Eden community pretty much. And a hearty +1 for video clips and any content that the community can step up and do. I mean, I have ambitions of my own, but it's like we're still a small team at the ENF, and like doing all this stuff in-house isn't really optimal. It'd be better if the community was just kind of producing organically a lot of content. I mean, many of you probably have heard me pitch my idea for Fractal Films. I still want to see that happen, where there's like a organic network of filmmakers and editors and producers and talents and all these people that can kind of come together as needed to produce content in various areas. Michael, you guys have been doing some pretty cool video work as well. And yeah, I'm always kind of tinkering behind the scenes. You guys may not see a lot of what I'm doing, but like, you know, with the Eden NFTs, we've been working on that for a while, just getting conversations started and getting people connected, like making sure the Haifa and the Eden developers are talking and just kind of keep the momentum going. I'm always just trying to connect people and create conversations behind the scenes. And then finally, to the point about more interest in the chief delegate meetings and just viewership in general. Shameless, it's not really shameless because I'm not even involved, but another pitch for the Eden convention. The more we can support that work that Chris is doing, and as a community, and people that can show up and people that can donate to make Eden a sponsor, I think will be huge, both for attracting eyes and interest from like way outside of the EOS community as it stands now, and just attracting more energy and interest from politically activated individuals that are looking for solutions such as we offer. That will, I think, play a large part in driving up viewership and just creating more interesting, engaging discussions and stuff too. So I hopefully people will support that idea. That is all.
Well done. Lovejoy. Yeah, I think we're going to be, if all goes as planned, this independent thing, in my view, is going to be one of the biggest things to happen to Eden, and I think potentially EOS. Like if this really does take off, this process really does capture the minds of these independently minded people, and they want to try this, well, they're going to need an EOS account to use this on-chain tool. So it's like two things. Not only is this an awesome consensus mechanism, a way to select leaders and representatives, right? There's that. You can do that with a deck of cards. But the other big narrative we know out there is on-chain, using a blockchain for voting, right? That's another sort of thing that's out there. And so this kind of, it's two things in one now, where not only is this a unique revolutionary consensus mechanism, it's also on a blockchain. On a blockchain that happens to be doing the exact same thing the independent movement's trying to do, fight against the power structure that exists, right? This EOS community versus the big B1 corporation. Like that narrative, for right or wrong, is compelling, and that is very much in alignment with what the independent movement's doing. So to me, it's like this. It couldn't have been a better. Like the story kind of sells itself. And the story of EOS, that documentary that we hope to see one day, this is going to be, Eden is going to be a big part of that story, especially if this catches on. And we have tens of thousands of new unique humans creating an EOS account to use this tool that happens to run on the blockchain on EOS, and it can only work on an Antelope EOS.io blockchain because of half-a-second blocks, and it's cheap to do a transaction. Like all the reasons why we know EOS is awesome, Eden exploits that. Eden is taking advantage of that and it becoming a killer app. I know, like Phoenix, if you're going to watch it this long, you maybe not, but he argues that Eden is not the killer app. A few folks out there, no, Eden's a waste. It's not working. It's not anything. Completely disagree. Blockchains are just a tool to bring people together to have this unified consensus. What better thing to have than this community of Eden, this thing that is a consensus tool for real humans to get together? This is exactly what blockchain was for. And EOS is the right blockchain to have this live on. Like it's just perfect. So I'm really excited, as you can tell. I think a lot of you are really excited. And I think this independent thing is going to capture the minds and imaginations of this independent movement. And that's going to be a flood of people. We've got a website now to point them to. We needed that, right? Where do you point them to? We've got that. We built that. Now we need to build the instance of Eden. We've got Javier and the Adania team to like build a new instance just for this group. We'll build a custom version of Eden. So first they can test ours, but then they get their own. Both of them require an EOS account. That's where this goes. And I think it's, I don't know. To me, it's just kind of, we can't lose unless I really F up on stage and like just make a shitty representative of what Eden is. That's totally possible. I'll accept that potential downside, but I'll do my best to be a representative that you can all be proud of.
I'll bring one of those little canes I can pull you off stage with if I need to. A little hook.
Totally. We have all the tool on the table. And we have human, a layer of human with Eden-on-EOS. It's a layer of human, a human layer. And we have to collaborate. That's the key word. We have to collaborate, and how to collaborate. For example, when you are an Eden delegate level 1, as me and other here into this room, what could you do if you are an Eden delegate level 1, for example? You could use some of your funds of Eden delegate level 1 and contribute in other circles like Eden Fractal every Wednesday 13 UTC. That is empowering Eden-on-EOS to go more fragmented, more fractal, and more collaborative. And co-petition, not competition, co-petition leading to collaboration, adding value by collaboration. So, and you can do that with different kind of things. You can do videos. You can do some timestamping into your video to have a better audience that will watch your videos because you have timestamped. You can do a nice article on Bywire. You can do a nice article on Medium. Okay, you can do a nice tweet and you do a swarm with EOS bees marketing 2.0, and you have a swarm and bees that are retweeting your content. So you have not to wait that all is perfect until that all is perfect, because it's a perpetual improvement and that's never finished. So we are here to improve every day, to be better, to be better also. And you are becoming a better version of yourself. And if we are all here, it's because we believe in that. We believe in that EOS is an everyone open society. We can help us each other, and we have this artifact, these layers on top, like Eden-on-EOS. We have fractal circles, like Eden Fractal. I love this name because that's help Eden to be more fractal. Don't think about Fractal LLC and all what is doing Daniel Lariver. That has nothing to do. It's to be we are focused on what we do because we love what we do. We know why we do the things, and we are very independent. And if we can collaborate when we see a collaboration, possible collaboration, don't miss that. Don't miss that, because if you are creating your circle, you are growing your circle with your own values, with your own belief. And when we have reached something great, you say, oh, nice, that's the moment maybe to collaborate with someone else. And by joining the meetings on the Wednesday, 13 UTC, every Wednesday with Eden Fractal, or the town hall at 16 UTC on the Sunday that are recorded now, by the way. And all that, you are enriching your mindset, you are growing, and you are learning something. So, yeah, baby, and go Eden-on-EOS, and go EOS, because EOS is a settlement layer. We can push the consensus on chain. The result of the consensus can be pushed on chain. We use that into Eden Fractal with the Vlad tool. Shout out to Vlad. He has developed a React app that is communicating with the EOS mainnet as a settlement layer, as it should be normally. And we use the EOS mainnet to push on chain our actions, our deliveries, and the intent. Where is the intent? Into your heart first. because the intent, you know what it is great for you, and you have to be aligned. Like Ryu, I love what you said into our video after the chief delegate last time. You said alignment. Alignment is very important, because you can be connected with someone else, but if you are not in alignment, be connected means nothing. You have also to be aligned. So go and do something, and don't be passive. And I enjoy to interview Waxa. I enjoy to interview Chris Barnes. I enjoy to interview Reiki for the first time. I enjoy to have your point for this Eden term number 4 already. And you are a great team. Great minds, and Jesse, I forgot Jesse. How can I forget Jesse? You are very aligned. That's for me today. It's that. Thank you, Anne. Thank you.
Question for the group. One thing that came up briefly during the last term, but we didn't really push it. Annual dues. That was something that was initially kind of suggested from Dan Lermer when Eden was made, that there would be this annual membership fee to be a member. Do we want to have a due?
I got an idea. Sorry.
I don't think 10 EOS doesn't mean too much. It's just an idea. I think if one delegate their voting power to Eden proxy, as long as you are staked to Eden proxy, you are a member, would be one of the considerable way to go.
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And it can be validated on chain. It's an interesting idea. Douglas, I think you had something.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot, actually, having a foot in the game, at least with your stake, or even some sort of LP if that was part of the system. But what I was going to say is, what if it was like the membership fee applies to people who aren't active? Like if you don't show up for the election, then you have for a year, you miss 4 elections, then I mean, one thing would be you could try to initiate the process to kick them out, but I think that's a little harsh. So maybe, we know who those people are, you can check on that, but then like, maybe it's like you got to come back, pay 10 more EOS because you were gone for a year or something like that.
It'd be a good combo of ideas, taking the stake bit mixed with the do you participate bit. So then, yeah, neat.
Well, I always, I'm going to be trying to be really mindful when new ideas come up like this, before discussing them, asking Javier, what are the technical challenges in implementing this idea? So I think that it's very interesting, and we can go a lot of ways about it, but my gut tells me that it's complex on the technical side of things. So if Javier, do you have any thoughts?
Well, it's definitely something we can achieve. If we set out to do, we'd have to take a look at the specifics. There's already certain mechanisms in the smart contracts can be reutilized. So for example, the remove member action is very similar to the resign action, where you resign because you call that action yourself, but what if the CDs choose to remove you? We can utilize a lot of the same mechanisms. So the same fee that applies when you become a member the first time can possibly be reutilized, and we can definitely make it happen. We do need enough time. So one of the major things that we've run into is making last-minute changes. So with the last election, we had to change a few things. We were we had to make the election happen at a certain time because the election times changed. So we just need enough foresight and enough understanding that this is something that's really valuable to the community, and the pros and cons. We feel like we've become very familiar with the smart contracts. We've spent a lot of time studying them. So technically, I think it's possible, given enough time and resources. But again, it has to be really justified. And we can only make so many changes every term. We can't really do too much because it becomes risky and expensive, I guess, you know.
Han, you're muted. You're trying to speak.
One other thing that I wanted to propose to those newly elected cities is that, you know, Edenia, there's Javier, and then Javier and Edenia has been working on with this whole Eden thing, even including this election, working on Eden, including building the proxy also. I think there's going to be a whole lot more individual or decentralized development on the code base. So I think if you can take initiative in terms of writing up a documentation for those, independent Eden code contributors, I think it would be awesome. It's just an idea.
Yeah, I think ideally we'd have two teams. One can make the changes and the other one can test and audit changes, which is one of the things we discussed with the smart contract changes for the election terms, is that we built that and we wanted a second opinion, right? Like someone else to audit that, but that would increase costs. But ideally we'd have more than one team looking at the same code base, and we'd have greater capacity, and we'd also have greater security, knowing that there's more eyes on the code changes. So multiple teams is the way to go, in my opinion.
Documentation would be great if there's.
Yes, for sure.
On that note of multiple teams and such, just to throw another curveball into the mix here, I know I was talking to the Haifa team recently on that podcast, and they brought up again the notion of like Dunbar's number, and how the Haifa normally limits their groups to 150. And I thought at some point we might want to revisit the idea of how big we want Eden to be, this particular instantiation of Eden-on-EOS, and should we, when the technology allows for it, start to think about breaking up into multiple groups rather than just continuing to grow. I mean, the original limit was 10,000, but the more I think about it, the more that starts to seem pretty like out there, especially when you consider how many people you can know and trust and work closely together with in a good way. So just some food for thought, nothing we need to make our, brains spin too hard on, or Javier have any nightmares over. But yeah, like, do we consider limiting the group at a much lower number than 10,000 and then have more of them?
It's probably just a set point, I would imagine. I'll leave that to Javier to comment on, but I don't even think that 10,000 comes from Dunbar though, right? That was, I'm pretty sure that was about the Sweden example, which is kind of arbitrary for fair. I mean, it's not like it's some mathematically derived proof like Dunbar or Fibonacci.
No, I was kind of arguing or advocating that we get back to more of a Dunbar approach from the 10,000 limit, which, yeah, you're right. The Swiss canton was the model there.
Yeah.
But how that looks organizationally, so that we can, could have multiple Edens that we're actually able to coordinate and govern together, as opposed to to send leaders from each group to maybe a final council that would be the chief delegates or something of that nature. That would be kind of interesting, I think.
Well,
really interesting.
Oh, go ahead.
Really interesting point, Lovejoy. I see pros and cons to limiting it, but I really like your last comment. Maybe the head chief, maybe there's some utility there in the head chief. like the head chief goes and represents the Eden in a multiple Eden model. And I'm also wondering, like, is it against maybe the growth or business interests of Eden to limit the size? Maybe not, as long as whatever the value prop, like in my case, marketing and identity as a service, I can't imagine anything that would limit its effectiveness if we broke up Edens by, let's say, 200, and there's like 1,000 total members, 5 Eden. You could still network there. Perhaps a crypto game can still plug in and just say, if you're in any of these 5 Edens, then you can be considered a real human in our game. So yeah, really interesting question. Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, in my mind, we would still share the common framework. We'd still have the same code base. Everything would be interoperable. You could theoretically leave one community and join another. So it'd kind of be the same user base, just broken up into smaller units that could maybe govern and collaborate more effectively at that size. And then, but still, we would share, like, we would still, have the same overall number, I guess, functionally. And then across multiple languages as well.
Just one more comment, Chris. I think that in terms of how to split them up, my only thought there is I taught like marketing and tech should be, in my opinion, they should not be in the same election. So divvying up by skill set, I think is an interesting consideration. But yeah, go ahead, Chris.
It just depends what you're solving for. But in the like, to your point of these multiple small Edens and how do they collaborate, that's sort of the idea that I've already proposed to Javier and Edgar about what we could do for the Independent National Convention folks, right? So they're all part of one thing, one big Eden, but they need to have localized elections based on physical geography. So they could all become members of this big Eden, but they're subdivided based on a criteria. In this case, physical jurisdiction. Maybe it could be technical skill set. Maybe it could be language. And it could still be one big group, but the elections are able to be, so we tweak the smart contracts. This is difficult in work. I get that. But there's like another set point that a member can select, and that then pre-sorts them to have their own election at a particular time, filters up, creates head chief delegates, a head chief, and that can be all part of, and then those can maybe come together in another election if possible. But that's how I think it would work for Independent National Convention, where it's not all these disparate Edens. It's one big group that just has localized elections based upon a set point in a table. And I also think it'd be interesting in the EOS application, if we really want to introduce quote unquote Eden to be a way to have human oversight and governance over this global blockchain, we do need to find a way to make this work for multiple language groups. And I'm almost wondering if it's not through having these separate Edens, but just having a total global election, but with translators. Like, is translations not there yet? Like, I feel like that technology's got to be close where we can, maybe we just have more, once we get Luca's bot and we can allow to have 2 hours in a room versus 45 minutes, and it's done on Telegram, and we have more time to work through a translator and like articulate our values and our opinions, maybe we can have a global multilingual election that in fact does lead to this final arbitrating group on, to Han's point, becoming this whitelist for BPs, and it is a global thing. There's lots to do there, but I feel, I know, is Mark Stair still on, but that the Eden translation group, I wonder if they've been working, or anybody who's on is in that group. If there's like, is there progress on that? And do we need to have human translators to make this work, or can it be done through tech?
It's not Mark Stair. It's
Earthman Mark.
Yeah, Earthman Mark. I have some perspective on this. We don't, I focused the beginning stages of the bees on translations, obviously. And the point, the tech side of translations is still not there. Translations are quite expensive. And I looked into like hiring a live translator a few times, and you're looking at between like $40 and $50 an hour. I mean, it's not like terrible. I think it could work, but it would be like, we'd have to find the funds for it for sure.
It's tricky. Michael, I think you were going to mention the fact that head chief is almost going to be selected.
Yep. Let me just put the screen on. So we've got just under 2 minutes now until the head chief is selected. Does anyone have any guesses who it's going to be? My guess is it's going to be Javier.
I would say Chris.
I say
it's gonna be Waxa.
Javier.
It's been a developer every time in the past, right? So I think it'll probably be Javier, as luck would have
That
it.
just reduces the probability it's going to be a developer again.
I'll vote Reiki. I think it's going to be Reiki.
I think if it's Chris, this is
Yeah,
just,
liar.
it's going to be obvious this is a fix. So we can't allow that to happen.
That's right. Then we'll have to have a coup against you, Chris.
Yeah.
Can you just remind the numbers, Chris, maybe, for the chief delegates and for the Eden delegate level 1? What are the numbers? What are the funds?
I'm not positive. I think it'll show up very shortly. If we click on our own profile, we'll see what we get. And right now it's showing a 0. I checked recently. So I think maybe after this HCD is done, because I think at one point,
have you an ID? That's what could be, or?
No, I think previously the HCD did feed into the distribution amount you would get. So I imagine it's not going to show up, even though it doesn't affect anything now. I think the timing probably still does. So in 35 seconds, well, maybe you'll know what you'll get.
Okay. Or if you have still spinning wheel for now, you just have to close your browser, and you have to, when you open again your browser, you made a Control F5 or hard refresh, and seems to be that it is working.
Thanks, Patrick. I'll give it a go.
Or if someone is uploading a video, maybe that's stuck. Sorry.
5 seconds.
3, 2, 1. I should refresh the page.
I'm frozen.
Jesse Jaffe.
Jesse Jaffe.
Congratulations.
Jesse, congratulations.
I'm on a hot streak because I participated in the EOS Respect from EOS Support election, and I was also got the randomization there too.
So salute to you.
You're
I am drinking a lemon soda.
Speech.
Well, the role of the head chief has really changed from the original plan for Eden, Dan, and team, and but I still recognize that it's a symbolic position to represent how sortition can help defend against incumbency. That's what its original plan was. So if you have someone that has maybe has a very strong competitive advantage in the election, but if you use a random function to select the head chief, then no matter what your competitive advantage is, it doesn't matter because it's a random function. And so I still I did support the previous chiefs by them really normalizing or equalizing the funds from the head chief.
Days.
And I know that previous head chiefs, they didn't want the additional funds. I think we're perhaps at a different stage. I'm always trying to reiterate that when you have an organization and the scale changes, there's some actual mathematical transformations that happen that totally change the variables. So I think that on our current scale, it's appropriate to even out the head chief delegate. But as we scale, perhaps that would change because the risk of an incumbent advantage is much smaller now at a smaller scale, and it will that risk will increase as we scale further. So don't forget about the head chief delegate potentially having more funds. I think the original idea could come to light if we're able to grow and prosper and mature.
So congratulations, Jesse. You are the perfect person for this role. Does anyone else want to say a few words?
I do think that Eden's #1 problem is a marketing problem, and really, looking at those numbers as far as participation, membership growth, if we can reverse those trends. So Jesse's definitely the right man for the job to help us focus on the marketing side, and also excited that we can contribute on the tech side and make those ideas materialize. So definitely supportive of a more marketing focused term here, and glad we've got some expertise on the tech side as well that we can contribute. So congratulations, Jesse, and here to help with anything we can.
Thank you, Javier. And I'm just so excited to have Waxa as a fellow chief delegate. He's going to help a lot on the marketing side. And yes, we have a very strong marketing group this term, and hopefully we can deliver some great results.
Yeah, I'll second that. Wax is a powerhouse. When you guys are loving that website, that's the guy who basically made it. So he deserves the credit for how good that site looks. And yeah.
Thank you both. I think we've got a good selection of chief delegates here. Should get lots done this term.
So Waxa, give us your detailed plan for turning Eden around, please.
So I liked what Jesse was talking about earlier with the networking concept. I think that's certainly where the value lies for people who don't understand the process or who aren't currently involved in EOS. So my overall plan, I'll put my notes I had when I was in the meeting in 1 second, just so I can cover everything. So
I didn't actually expect you to have a plan. That's really cool that you have a plan. I thought I was calling you out.
Oh,
So
right, yeah, of course.
Tell us your plan.
Of course I have a plan. A marketing plan, yeah. Well, marketing it first off, the website, which I talked about a bit earlier. So it's to unite and develop the infrastructure for the community, progress with a multiple planned campaigns along in conjunction with what Jesse has planned. Obviously, we've got so much to talk about. I did talk about during the election how I plan on using the EOS bees, obviously as an advisor to the bees. So the outreach and marketing campaigns come second to the web development. So the idea is to work with current existing circle leads, find out what they need, give them a platform to share what they're up to. So all their events that they've got going on, the progress that they've made, and then any other information that they want to share with the community. And that can all be found under one umbrella of Eden-on-EOS. And that will, of course, link to the new website, which is Chris's website for the Eden election process. So for people who want to learn about the process, they go there. The idea here is to make it easy for new members when they come on to find out what they can be interested in. And am I going down the right track here, explaining what I have planned? Is that right, Michael? Did you ask this question? Yeah? Okay, cool. Just before I keep going, I just want to double check that. And yeah, so then obviously when new members come in, they can find out what they're interested in and keep interacting with the community and keep developing the community when the election process isn't happening. Because obviously, well, I think the Eden Fractal process that Dan Singjoy's been doing and the rest of the guys there, it's really successful. There's a lot of interaction, and it just needs to have a location where people can find it. And obviously the other groups, you're leading the current marketing and communications, I think, Michael. And we have the other team leading the dev team as well. So it's just for other people who want to get involved and help out with the process, they can now identify where those things are. And it's going to act as a central hub. So this is where the networking effect comes into play, because all these groups in the networking process is basically revolving around the current existing infrastructure that we have. But then there's opportunity to advance upon that and create new circles. I'll have to speak to Jesse to see what you have in mind exactly, but we have talked about this at some length. And I think having networking specific events within the Eden DAO infrastructure is important as well. So all that can be tied into one location. And then from there, we can start advertising it and marketing it and letting people know about the values and benefits and everything else and other reasons why we want to get involved. Briefly, we talked earlier about, sorry, Glenn.
And there is the by-wire DAO with the publisher DAO. Interesting, there are different, there are 4 DAO in a DAO, and there is the publisher DAO, and I am in, and I am happy We are 11 into this publisher DAO, correct? Michael, can you maybe just...
I don't know how many people have joined, because quite a few people have joined recently, but I think it's about 9 or 10. So yeah,
that's happy. So if we join all the force together, that's Star Wars. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, well, everyone, oh, go ahead, Javier.
I was just gonna Michael the numbers. There's 27 members in the Bywire DAO, and currently, out of those, 16 are candidates for the council. And just a few next steps I wanted to bring up. There is the distribute action that was previously called manually to make funds available to all delegates. We created a cron job that's going to call that. There's a few hours to wait before that cron job executes. We can fine tune it so that it happens right after the election for the next election, but we did leave a window just in case we needed to do anything. So funds will be available in about 5 hours. I hope that's okay with everyone, but check back again in about 5 hours and you should be able to withdraw funds. And I'll be preparing some of the MSIG proposals that we'll need so we can do that transfer of power for some of the permissions from the old delegates to the new ones. So I can help out with that. Just a couple of next steps we need to talk about.
Nice.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, I think it's probably good to wrap it at this point, unless anyone has anything else they want to announce or say. No? Okay. Well, I want to thank everyone. It's been an incredible fourth election. Everyone's done an incredible job. I'm so proud of this group of people, this community. I think the potential we all have to do something phenomenal is right in front of us. And I think the ideas that were mooted today, the strategies and the talent of this group is just extraordinary. So I cannot wait to see how the chief delegates turn the Eden Group 4 into something phenomenal. So best of luck. Congratulations, everyone. And unless anyone has anything else to say, go
3, 2, 1, 0, go Eden-on-EOS.
Thank you, Michael. You've done a great job.
Go EOS.
Go EOS.
Yeah.
Talk to you all
Thanks,
later.
Michael.
Oh, yes.
Great job, Michael. Great job.
Great job, Michael. Thank you, everybody. Great meeting. Go Eden.
Go Eden-on-EOS. Go EOS.
Yeah, baby.